The Rip Curl WSL Finals are brought to you by 805 Beer, properly chilled, by Nissan Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen, by Hoag Hospital, official healthcare provider of the World Surf League in California, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Rip Curl WSL Finals, and Griffin Colapinto coming in, and a sigh from San Clemente as Colapinto is going to end up number 3 in the world for 2023 as we set up our title matches here on Finals Day. Ethan Ewing giving some congratulations, and Ethan's going to have to prepare himself for the men's title matches come up. Hi, I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Rosie Hodge, as well as Mitchell Salazar. And Mitch, wow, you know, has Ethan Ewing surprised you with what he's done today?
Yeah. I didn't expect what we expected yesterday in the practice session from him. I actually thought he was the standout surfer. And guess what? He's been the standout surfer today so far.
Yeah, let's hear from Ethan right now with AJ McCord.
Ethan, it's like you didn't even get out of the water between match 1 and match 2 for you. How did you carry that momentum that you started building from the second you hit the water here in San Clemente?
Yeah, it wasn't too long out of the water. It's always hard, this event. I feel like it's just hard just to get the ball rolling in that first heat. So yeah, I just felt like I carried it really well. I've got Mick and Mike Parsons in my corner, so they're just helping me with the lineups and how the waves, if they're changing or not. So we got a good little thing going, and excited for the next one.
As you should be, going up against the defending champ here in Felipe Toledo. How do you reset? What do you think about? What's your mentality heading into this title match?
It's kind of like just go for it now. There's a world title on the line. He hasn't been in the water yet, so I'm not sure how he's going to go, but I've got a bit of momentum going, and just really looking forward to getting back out there. The waves are so good, so yeah, what a day.
What a day indeed. We'll see you in the next one. Congratulations, Ethan.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing. Hey, look it. Beware the wounded warrior, Rosie. I mean, Ethan Ewing, sharp surfing, dialing it in, going excellent quite a few times today.
Well, if anyone knows anything about a comeback, it's Mick Fanning. To have that guy in your corner, you know, Ethan's got an opportunity to have one of the biggest comebacks in sporting history, so what a moment for him.
Here we go, Mitchell. This is the setup for our title matches for a world title. It's the best 2 out of 3 when we get to title match play.
I got goosebumps, Kaipo. This is looking good, and we haven't really talked about the big dog all day, and Felipe, just as good as anybody else out here. Remember, he's made all 3 title matches in the 3 editions that we've had so far at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Correct. Let's take a look at the women's setup as we talk about title matches. Again, best 2 out of 3 play here between Carissa Moore, Rosie, and Caroline Marks.
Yeah, unbelievable. Love this matchup. I mean, Carissa has the opportunity to get that 6th world title. We know what happened last year. Can she turn that disappointment into triumph?
Yeah, Carissa Moore prepping. There she is with her husband, Luke, and just getting ready, getting in that mindset. Mitchell, like, how do you think she's going to approach this? She's talked about it before. She's done multiple interviews on, hey, not letting this happen again.
You got to focus on yourself and what you can control. Don't focus on your opponent. You've seen Caroline's performances so far throughout the day. For her, it's just about wave selection. Don't let what happened last year, those waves that you let go by, you need to be surfing those this year. And I think for her, 35 minutes, get it done in the first 20.
Yeah. Well, Carissa Moore was a childhood prodigy who came up through the ranks, winning NSSA titles, U.S. titles here at Lowers, and we're looking for the next generation of professional women surfers, and we embrace that with Rising Tides. Let's take a look, Rosie, at this year's Rising Tides activation here for the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Surfing as a sport is so unique because if you're a fan of, let's say, women's soccer, there's just not a lot of opportunities to go out and actually play soccer with your heroes. But here, these girls have an opportunity to get in the water with somebody who has an Olympic gold medal or multiple world titles.
It all starts with a dream, right? A lot of dedication, learning from your mistakes.
But also the fundamental principle of surfing in general is to just have fun.
Oh my gosh, it's so stimulating to watch these young girls want to be the best in the world and to have their mentors and role models to look at.
Who's going to win the WSL finals?
Katie Simmers. Yeah, Katie Simmers. Katie Simmers is an inspiration to me because she rips, because she charges really big barrels. Because she's so cool and nice and she's a charger.
What is the piece of advice that you would pass on to them?
Listen to your mom, because she knows something.
Mama knows best.
You might not think that she does, but she does.
Inspiring the next 13 or 14-year-old girl, I wear that heavily on my shirt because I do think to create a positive atmosphere within women's surfing is really important to filter it through for years.
When I started surfing back in the 70s, I was the only girl in the lineup. It takes a community of women to keep empowering other women to believe that they can be in the water too. To now see the WSL investing so much in women's surfing, it's not all about money, it's also about opportunity, and if you can't see it, you can't be it. So these girls today can see the viable option that is professional surfing.
When I grow up, hopefully I want to be a professional surfer on the CT with all my closest friends.
This is the memory that's going to remind these girls, at one point, all of these women were just like me. And it all starts just with this memory being created through Rising Tides of connecting with these women on a deeper level than just getting a chance to watch them on TV.
Wow. Rosie Hodge, your reaction to the Rising Tides?
I love it. I just you see it all right there. You rubbing shoulders with multiple world champs, with current surf heroes, those young women taking away that experience and that opportunity. I know what that would have meant to me as a young surfer, aspiring pro. So yeah, just cool moments from Rising Tides.
I agree. really cool moments. And you know what's a cool moment? We got a cool moment coming up right now because we're going to introduce our title match for the women. Take it away, Chris Cote.
Surf fans, it's the moment you've been waiting for. The time has come. The women's best of 3 title match for the 2023 Rip Curl WSL Finals. We've got 2 of the best to ever do it who will be taking to the water momentarily. Coming up to the stage first after 2 masterful performances. Let's hear it for Caroline Marks. And her opponent, 5-time world champion. Give it up to Carissa Moore. This is a best of 3 matchup. Let's hear it, San Clemente, for our 2 champions heading out into their first title match.
Let's get it going. We're going to take a break. When we get back, women's title match will be in the water at Lower Trestles. Stick around. We'll be right back with that.
happy to be back here at Lower Trestles. Last year was one of the harder losses of my career. I'm excited to get another opportunity.
Excited. It's what we came here for, so it feels really good.
Caroline Marks setting up one of the best backhands on tour.
Rip Curl WSL Finals. It is the women's title match out in the water. We got a 5-time world champ looking for her 6th world title in the way of Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks, the sensation looking to earn her 1st world title. This is a big one. This is what an entire season has wind down to for these two women. Wow. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Rosie Hodge. Rosie, I'm getting over the top right now. Mitchell Salazar is with us as well, and the clock is ticking down. Mitch, here we go. Open priority right now at the beginning of this heat between Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks.
That's exactly what I expect from Carissa to do at the beginning of this heat. You asked me what you need to do in comparison to last year. You got to win the heat in the first 20 minutes of this one. Go out there with the mentality of kill or be killed, and I think for her, block out the noise because everybody's going to be in Caroline Marks' favor right now. She's a local surfer at the moment. She's already had 2 matches underneath her belt, coming off from the next in the heat total. You're surfing for the first time out there right now, Kaipo. Just get a wave underneath your belt.
Carissa Moore is going to start off aggressive this time. Moore with the first wave. Looks down the line, steps on the tail, slows the board down to set up for that turn, and a turn of priority over to Caroline Marks. A refresher, Rosie, on what happened last year. Carissa Moore, #1 seed last year, 2022. Steph Gilmore, the #5 seed, came all the way through all the matches and stole that 6th world title off of Carissa Moore. That's what we're talking about. Carissa looking for some vindication here.
That's right, and vindication. I mean, we've been talking about Carissa's season, her regular season, so consistent, so strong. She's the #1 seed. That is a distinct advantage coming into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. You've earned that right.
Yeah.
So if now for Carissa, she's got to take that little bit of an advantage and turn that energy in her favor. Like you said, Mitch, she's got to get that early start. Very surprised that she fell on that opening maneuver.
And I think that's fine. At least you're established priority right now. You're in the rotation. Now just get to work. Get busy. If you already fell on the first one, well, you have plenty of more opportunities. And remember, you have 3 matches to decide the world champion.
The bottom of your screen are the year for Carissa Moore. She has gone 3-0, 3 finals, and she won every single one of those finals. Pipeline to begin the year, she took out Tyler Wright. Margaret Rivers, she took out Tyler again, and she beat this lady, Caroline Marks, at the surf ranch. But here we go with Marksy on the first wave. Look at that carve on the backhand. Off the bottom, off the top again. This is a good-looking start for the Goofy Foot. Hangs through there, and the advantage, Rosie, a clear advantage on that opening exchange to Caroline Marks.
Through the matchups, Caroline has been getting 8s, that excellent score with the 3-turn combo. Those opening first slashes were some of the best that I've seen from Caroline. Maybe a little bit hung up on that last one, but that is just a danger signs for Carissa that Caroline's been able to evolve through this event.
And it's a start that you're looking for, too. You got the better of the opening exchange. You did it in the first 3 minutes of the match. And guess what, Kaipo? Dropping 8s, and it's been late. Guess what? I think Caroline's going to go near excellent once again.
Yeah, we're going to wait for that score. And this is the first wave of Carissa Moore. What went wrong here, Rosie?
I think first, you know, Carissa really took a long look at that wave. She was in 2 minds whether or not she even wanted this kind of inside runner. Here, Caroline has the pick of it with that priority. That first maneuver, beautiful. Watches that spray, hits the water out the back. The bottom turn, top turn setup for Caroline is so crispy and on point. Her timing is great. I love that second turn. The first turn was kind of lateral, and then that third a little bit hung up. So I wonder how the judges have told us they're going to be pretty critical on every little element of your surfing. But this is, I mean, you can't fault the surfing that Caroline's doing at the moment. That second turn for me was everything.
She took 2 angles on that bottom turn as well. She kind of came up horizontally and then went straight up in vertical. Slid the tail even, that's an element of progression. And she gets the opening exchange by a long mile, Kaipo.
Big number, an excellent number. Comes in for Caroline Marks, an 8.67. So Caroline coming through the draw. starting again, Rosie, with an excellent number, like she's been doing all day.
Yeah, like she's been doing all day. She's got that kind of blueprint. She's got the momentum coming through as that number 3 seed. She had to overtake Katie Simmers in her first match. Then it was on to Tyler Wright, a 2-time world champion. She'd be buzzing with that confidence coming into the title matchups.
All right, let's go out into the water and talk about some positioning with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, well, we saw Caroline light that one up, and Carissa kind of searching out that little first one on the inside. She's way inside off the peak, like, you know, where the actual peaks are, the sets are arriving another, like, I want to say 50, 60 yards outside of where she's sitting right now. So an interesting position for Carissa Moore right now on the inside, looking at these kind of, I guess, medium ones, not really focusing on the sets, it looks like.
Yeah, thank you, Strider, on that, and we'll see, you know, if the game plan pays off. But again, it's the best 2 out of 3, so a world title is not going to be decided in this match, Mitchell.
Yeah, and that's what happened in the first time we had the Ripco WSL Finals when Carissa beat Tati. And I think right now, the advantage is definitely in Caroline Marks' favor. She's been very consistent with those excellent scores, but I feel like after the match with Katie, she just settled down and found her rhythm. There was a lot of pressure going into that heat with qualification season and whatnot. After that, it just seemed like she found her positioning in the lineup, and she's dropping excellent scores since.
Interesting note between these 2 surfers that we're seeing on screen, Rosie, is that they both have the same support squad in the way of equipment, both riding those Matt Biolas Mayhem shapes.
Yeah, it is an interesting watching how, you know, Matt's kind of what he's shaping for when he's looking at Carissa surfing, what he's shaping for when he's looking at Caroline. I mean, obviously you think about Caroline, goofy footer, the only one in the mix. We've been talking about that all day. Carissa, she's from Hawaii, she's used to power, but she's also been surfing lows since before she was even a teenager and winning events out here. So she knows this wave really well. She knows what she's looking for in equipment. So both of these women, while Matt's shaping their boards, he knows them so well. He knows this wave so well. And that is also another thing that's going to come in handy for both of these women.
Yeah. Interesting note in that when we talk about the title matches in the history of the WSL Finals here, best 2 out of 3, is in 2021, Carissa Moore did lose the first title match. Went back to win the next 2 and a world title.
Yes.
Last year, same story in the first title match. So maybe that's just something, Mitchell, that, you know, Carissa takes some time to get warmed up, feel the thought. Remember, she's been sitting around today, or probably standing around, not sitting, and watching all of these heats up until now.
And everybody's different. I know Felipe likes to get here maybe an hour before his first title match, but you need to be able to find some rhythm somehow. And it seems like Marksy's just been in rhythm with these wave skies.
Another stab up into the lip there. Caroline Marks a little bit behind the section, clears that section, no problem, big slash there. Look at this way that she's gonna back up an excellent score with the finish. She looks like she's glued to her board. Right back to Carissa Moore. Looking to answer back. A couple of carves on the forehand. A contrast of approach here, and Carissa goes down, does not get the finish row.
Yeah, those little mistakes from Carissa, that's can cost her. You know, that's where she's got to tighten up her game. As we just watched Caroline finish up that beautiful wave, we'll get to see Carissa's wave in its entirety, and they'll really break down what happened on that one. I love that wave from Caroline, though. Smaller wave, and it had a long running taper to it.
Here's Carissa row.
Yeah, first maneuver, kind of set up turn. She doesn't really hook the fins into it as you would expect, but Carissa just going through the motions here. I feel like, you know, she had that fall on the first wave. She just wants to get something completed. She falls again on that closing maneuver.
Mitchell, and backhand here with Caroline.
This is a wave that only a goofy footer could have surfed this well. She's coming around the section every time. As you see right there, her timing was perfect on the backhand, and 4 maneuvers that were distinct as well. There's a lot of variation in that wave right there. Should be a great backup, as you were mentioning, Kybes.
Slow motion, Rose, we can really break this down.
Yeah, I agree with Mitchell. This one was just had that perfect backhand entry where you can see it running down the line and you get to kind of just tap through those sections and drift the tail. And Carissa had priority for this wave, so Caroline opted to go for it, and it did suit her style of surfing the most.
And that's where Strider's analysis on the lineup right now was actually very spot on, because a lot of these medium-sized waves actually tend to be the better ones. The larger ones kind of go out to sea and they taper off quite a bit.
Mitchell, the contrast between the forehand where Carissa Moore had to really settle on basically roundhouse cutbacks versus the verticalness that Caroline was able to display on the backhand.
the fade for the goofy footers is crucial right now, and especially as a goofy footer myself, I've experienced that the last few days. But with this hurricane swell, especially on the right-handers, they are very difficult to serve. They are either going down the line real quick, which benefited Caroline right there, or they're tapering out to sea. So you need to be very selective when you're looking at these waves before you stand up and catch them. She got a good wave, though, as a backup score right now, though, Kai.
Backup for Caroline Marks, a 6.5. She has put the 5-time world champ in this opening title match in a 2-wave combination. I'm calling it a soft combination at the moment because Carissa is holding just a fractional score in her top 2 waves. Strider Wazalewski out in the water. What do you got for us?
I just had to throw in a couple notes here on conditions. It is absolutely combustible out here. It is so rippable, it's unbelievable. It's the perfect type of wave. As we see Caroline, glide into this one. Big slam off the top there. She's not done yet. She's gonna come around and get out of that one. But the surface of the water is perfect. The size of the waves are absolutely perfect. And the reality of high performance surfing today is at its peak, because that's what we have right now, is the perfect canvas for high performance surfing. And I really am just wanted to note that and how epic these conditions are. You don't get this all the time. Very light northwest winds, like foot overhead sets, and just these big, long, wrapping right walls. Unbelievable for this.
Yeah, and we love what we're seeing, Strider. We love the progressive surfing, and we love, Rosie, that this is the kind of surfing and the kind of waves that I think the entire surfing public can relate to.
That's true. And also, you look at it and you're like, it's so distinct. These last few days, these last few weeks, having the top 10 in the world out in the lineup, just the level is mind-bending. Compared to your average Joe, compared to even some of your QS hopefuls, Challenger Series hopefuls, these guys are head and shoulders above that level, and they're even pushing it to somewhere so special and new. The progression of surfing is rolling in the right direction.
Yeah, Mitchell, and as a viewer, I like it that it is a relatable wave. You can picture yourself riding Lower Trestles. A lot of us in the general surfing public, picturing yourself riding Second Reef Pipe, maybe out of the question. You know what I mean? Picturing yourself riding Maxed Out Tahiti, maybe out of the question.
Yeah.
But everyone in the surf world can, take some motivation out of watching what these surfers are doing today.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't really replicate what they're doing out in the water at the moment, but you can at least kind of mind surf a little bit these waves that they're surfing right now. And I think it's really important to point out the use of the lefts that we've seen so far today, because there have been very few people that have actually gone left. And I'm surprised that Caroline, despite how good her backhand is, hasn't really looked towards the lefts too much, Kaipo. The tide has changed quite a bit since early on this morning. The swell direction remains the same, and I felt like there's been a lot of left-handers that have actually gone unridden. Carissa Moore has an excellent backhand too. We could be seeing it later on in this heat.
What I'm liking, though, is that the surfers are surfing what's in front of them. They're not kind of hustle off the peak to go to the left. They're kind of at this right. They're in the sweet spot, and what comes to them, they're absolutely ripping apart.
Here we go, Carissa with priority, uses the priority. Long bottom turn, sweeping top carve for Moore. Cut back into the whitewater there, banks off of that whitewater. Another cut back, a little bit of a tapered wave here. Wants a spectacular ending, layback gash. That's going to help Carissa Moore in her cause and likely get her out of that 2-wave combination, Rosie.
Yeah, that was beautiful rail work from Carissa. A little bit repetitious with those first opening maneuvers, but that end section bang is what we know from Carissa. Oh, here we go.
Here comes Caroline again. Fading that bottom turn on the backhand, up into the lip, a strong slash to begin with. Fades that long bottom turn. One more snap, a spicy snap. Make it 3, that one up in the lip line. A little bit of fin release for the finish. I said it before, Mitchell. Looks like Caroline Marks is just glued to her board.
Yeah, and she just seems free out there right now too. Looking to replace a 6.5, she could definitely do that. Got a little hung up coming out of the last turn. I felt that the use of speed by Carissa Moore on her wave, though, was just beautiful and precise. Should be a good wave for her, easily going to be her best, and plenty of time on the clock right now with 21 minutes.
Definitely a good little foundation for Carissa to settle into these title matchups.
Here's a replay. Carissa, Rosie.
Yeah, love the rail work. I mean, to me, Carissa, her rail work on that forehand is just second to none. It's just so beautiful, so technically sound, a lot of power. But the raw power of this ending maneuver is really what gets you excited about what she's doing in her surfing at the moment. Watch that body composition as she goes off the bottom, tucks through, winds the shoulders. Just you know, if you want to be a good surfer, I think it's all about watching the fundamentals that Carissa has in her arsenal.
Exactly. And staying so close to the whitewater, too, in the pocket the entire time. And as you mentioned, repetitious, but that's what the wave was allowing. So she wasn't over-surfing the wave or trying to overpower it. And that last turn was critical. It was very committed with a lot of speed down the line, too. Real tough section coming at you as well.
Here we go. Mitchell, how's this backhand by Caroline?
More of a setup turn right there. A little stuck on the second one, but this third one was very committed. Took her a little while to come out of it, but only looking to replace a mid-six, could easily do that. When we talk about technique, though, on the backhand, she might have the best backhand on both the men's and women's side.
To me, watching Caroline, the word that comes to mind is explosive. Like, she's explosive off the bottom and then explosive off the top, and then there's no downtime in between maneuvers, which just makes it just like these wow factors as she's meeting the sections.
20 minutes on the clock, surfers, 20 minutes.
So still waiting for scores for this wave for Caroline Marks, as well as last wave for Carissa Moore. Here we go, Carissa, live in real time. Skates around that section, big carve. Comes around again, another carve. Great rail control there, a little late, and is able to stand up and finish off that wave.
So priority with Caroline now, and Carissa just trying to get busy. She got one wave after the other with plenty of time still on the clock, and it seems like the last exchange is actually going to be very close in terms of the scores, but props to Caroline Marks. She is fit right now because this is the third match that she surfed so far. She still looks just as sharp as before.
Yeah, we talked about it also today in that today for the Rip Curl WSL finals, we're utilizing that Red Bull jet ski for those toes back out. But let's talk about this wave right here, Rosie.
Yeah, just watch as she repositions on her surfboard. She takes that high line to get around that section and then just digs into that rail work. This seems like the first wave of the set to me, just looking at the way that it has that kind of fracture up the face. We've seen throughout the day, you really want that second or third one. It pulls a little tighter and just gives you more critical section to work with. But the surfing Carissa did on it was beautiful. I would say you take the surfing that Carissa's doing, put it on a bigger, cleaner, more critical wave, and that's where the money's going to come from.
So waiting for the score for this replay, the previous wave for Carissa Moore, as we see her being towed out on that Red Bull jet ski, was a 7.27. That got Carissa out of the combination. The last score for Caroline Marks, a 7.93. So Carissa Moore at this moment, a new score drop for her, a 5.23, and that gives Carissa a need, Mitchell, of a 9.33.
It's achievable. 18 minutes to go. We're talking about a 5-time world champion, somebody who's been the #1 seed in all 3 iterations of the Rip Curl WSL finals. She can definitely obtain it, but as of right now, you still got to think that Caroline Marks could easily replace the 7.93, basically an 8, Rosie.
Yeah, there's lots of scenarios that can pay out for us. In my mind, Carissa's that woman that surfs into rhythm. She has that kind of a slow start sometimes. She dusts herself off, and then all of a sudden, she just has this wow factor and this extra emphasis that she brings to the game.
That is true. We're talking a 5-time world champion the way of Carissa Moore. We're talking about Olympic gold medalist. We're talking about a woman who's won 28 CT finals. We're talking about 47 total finals. We're talking about a woman that has earned 330 excellent wave scores. That means 330 waves to Carissa Moore's credit in her career that have been 8 or above.
She's never finished worse than 3rd in her career.
Wow.
Hey, big stuff happening right now. Let's go to the side set with Chris Cote and Richie Lovett.
Hey, thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, you know, leading up to this event, a lot of chatter out there. Of course, names being thrown out, Carissa Moore, Griffin Colapinto. But I did not hear a lot of people talking about Caroline Marks. Not enough people talking about her, and look what she's done today, Richie. Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of cool, and I think she's probably used that lack of hype to really just go under the radar and just think about her program and what she needs to do to get it done. And I mean, in terms of the first title matchup, she's doing everything right. Obviously, she's in a good place. The surfing is just totally on point, and she's really leaning into her strengths. And obviously, the work that she's been doing with Luke Egan, former champion out here, and just tagging off the bottom here and just crushing the lip on the backhand. It's been great to watch, and you know, it's you couldn't call her an underdog, but certainly in the title match, she's an underdog up against Carissa Moore.
Absolutely, and you just took the long walk from the host set way over there down the side stage over here. So we did lose the hometown hero, crowd favorite for sure, Griffin Colapinto. Did that take energy out of the crowd, or are they just focusing their energy on a different surfer at this point?
Look, I think, you know, obviously that hype and crowd factor was completely in play, and it was all about Griffin, but I think for the most part these are surf fans that are down here. You know, they've made the trek. It's not an easy place to come and venture, so I think they're going to stick around for the rest of the day. There's so much surfing going on, and it's quality surfing, and when you look at the men's world title matchup, that's going to just be incredible. Felipe against Ethan Ewing, like in the zone here right next to us, all the shapers, all the competitors, families, coaches, they're all down here. It's a crazy atmosphere.
It is a day of days for surfing, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Let's get back to the action in the line of Carissa Moore up and at it.
Carissa Moore getting this wave under priority. Big slash there for Moore. Showing some power, a little bit of variety with a roundhouse cutback. Comes around this section. Beautiful carve there, a little release at the end, up into the lip, gets the finish, and score that for Carissa Moore, Mitchell.
Yeah, it should be her best wave, at least that's what I'm feeling. Just under 15 minutes ago, Caroline Marks had a priority, she let her go. Good use of second priority right there, and positioning by Carissa Moore.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's going to be Carissa's best wave, and that's going to be very helpful. Is it the 933 though? That's the big question, but definitely something to improve her scoreline. Moving through that wrap right there. I like this maneuver right here.
Yeah.
That for me, that second turn is that extra bit of emphasis that we've been talking about, that bag of tricks that she can reach into that's so deep, and then finishes it off really strong. But definitely that second maneuver is that standout.
Take this another look in slow motion, Mitchell.
Yeah, and Caroline had a deep look at it, decided not to go. She saw something that wasn't going to replace the 7.93. It just seems to me like the use of the rails on the forehand has always been so impressive. I don't think she's getting a great score without that maneuver, Rosie, as you were mentioning. Great variation, but the section was steep and difficult too, so a lot of commitment right there by Carissa. And these finishing two turns were just as good as it gets. Down the line, always eyeing up the next section, and a beautiful finish. Strong surfing there by the five-time world champ.
All right, so coming out of that, we're going to be waiting for that score for Carissa Moore. We'll be back with that score and more from Lowers here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Listen up, surf fans. Last up, Carissa Moore, 7.70, so gets her best. Now requires an 8.9. Carissa, you're looking for an 8.9. Still plenty of time on the clock with 12 minutes, 50 seconds to go.
Well, she knows how to dig deep. 5 world titles, and she has won it in every possible manner. She's won it the old way, which was whoever had the most amount of points at the end of the year. She has also come into 3 of the Rip Curl WSL finals in this format and having won one, not runner-up next. So she is so cognizant of what it takes to win in this
We're at a really special place right here at Trestles, which is the confluence of the San Mateo watershed.
We're removing some invasive species to help let the native plants grow and flourish.
By helping treat, control those plants, we can allow the native biodiversity to really thrive.
Our biggest issue is dealing with the continuing effects of climate change, sea level rise, coastal erosion.
This is historical lands of the Ahachimen. They've been here for, thousands, if not 10,000 years. And they're here too because of this special ecosystem.
We call ourselves ocean people when we talk about who we are as Ahachimen people. If you love the ocean, you're going to take care of it. It's a vital part of who we are as human beings. And if you are a surfer, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Another great activation by WSL One Ocean. It just doesn't have to be us. Everyone can participate and save and help save our One Ocean. Show your act of sustainability on social media. Hashtag it with WSL One Ocean and tag WSL and WSL One Ocean in your posts. Back to the first title match here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Cobblestones are packed, and Caroline Marks has the lead over Carissa Moore and Kuiper Guerrero, along with Rosie Hodge, Mitchell Salazar, and Carissa, Mitchell, needs a big number, needs an 8.9. We talked about Carissa Moore and the fact that she's earned 330 scores at 8 points or over. Well, she's going to need 331 right now if she wants to win this title match.
Yeah, and both of you mentioned how much of a rhythm-based surfer she is too. She's been bettering her scores, just dropped her best, a 7.7 right before we went to break. Now needing close to a 9-point ride. Still has 10 minutes underneath the priority of Caroline Marks, though.
CT Shaper Rankings was won by Los Mayhem's Matt Biolis. Matt's with Peter, and Peter, I want to know, who is Matt rooting for in this match?
I wasn't going to ask that question, Kaipo, but I may do it since you came from you. But hey, congratulations on once again winning the Vissla Shaper Rankings and also getting another world title. How important are world titles for a brand like you?
I think the world title goes to the surfer. It's not for me, but you know, those two girls are, one of them is going to come out on top. And for me, yeah, it's important. It's gratifying after all the hard work put into it.
And I'm sure you can't have any sides on this one, but Kaipo's trying to say, who are you pulling for?
Yeah, good, thank you, Kaipo, sure. You know, I mean, for me, you can't make a choice, and if I did make a choice, I wouldn't say it. But, you know, I'd love to see Caroline get a world title, and it would be hard to see Carissa not get a world title after winning the World Tour. So I just sit here and watch the show and hope the boards work right. There goes Caroline right now.
I mean, take a look at it, watch what's happening here. I mean, Caroline Marks has been ripping on these boards and looking like they're glued to her feet. Like, what are you doing to the equipment here to get her to surf this well?
We have definitely, wow, that was psycho. We've definitely customized her rocker, you know, around her physique and her style of surfing. This year we really adapted her rockers and changed it up to really push back under all her power, but still stay in the pocket, and that's what she's doing.
And I got to ask you, with the driver 3.0, you're saying you're just going to take a CAD that you have of the 3.0 and then just tweak it a little bit to their style.
Yeah, we actually call her the 2.5 because we've brought the rocker about halfway back between it and the 2.0. Yeah. So if she's riding these boards, we call them driver 2.5.
Well, we've got one of the other team riders for the Lost Surfboards. He's out in the water. Yeah, Strider, we'll take it away. Thank you, Matt. Strider.
Yeah, buddy. Wow, what a wave for Caroline Marks. That was ridiculous. That last wave was just nothing but hammer time. The way that she connected in the lip so perfectly every time, the precision of it, I don't know, I haven't seen that out of anybody all day. Maybe Ethan close to it, but I'm giving Caroline the nod on some of the best surfing I've seen all day, and it was just incredible up in that zone.
As we catch Carissa Moore on another wave, looking to come back, and we'll wait for that score for Carissa. Score came in for Caroline Marks on that wave that happened during that interview. It went excellent, an 8.43. Caroline Marks is hearing that news right now from our on-site announcers, Rosie.
She just can't put a foot wrong. I mean, just watching her, it's like she's barely even got her hair wet. She's out there picking the best waves, doing the best surfing. I love, you know, just that technique. I think the backhand affords you the opportunity to come around that white water and really lean into all of those maneuvers. But she definitely has upped the ante in this heat. Like that 8.43, just the energy level that she was showing on every maneuver there, to me, was impressive.
There's two maneuvers on this wave that I think stood out so much more than other waves. Look at this one right here. Look at how precise that floater over that section is. And she keeps her speed down the line to be able to get a few more in after this. The flow, the precision, but I think more importantly, the patience on this wave really paid off for Caroline Marks. As good as it gets right there, Kaipo. Back-to-back matches with at least 17 points on the board.
Hey, I mean, Matt Biolis, you know, whatever that rocker profile is, you should mark it, save it, put it in a safe somewhere, make sure it's nicely saved so you can replicate that because it looks money.
I would like to make a point on Caroline. She finished runner-up to the world title, so she's finished runner-up in the world. Arguably, COVID stopped the momentum that would have seen her get a maiden world title because she was looking so good in that season. And then she obviously missed out on a few events in the 2022 season. To see her healthy, put together this great of a year, and seeing how competitively dangerous she is with a good head on her shoulders is amazing.
Great point, Rosie. 2019, second in the world, runner-up in the world, Caroline Marks. Everybody was thinking, okay, 2020, this is going to be Caroline's year. And then that thing happened to the world, and it stopped some momentum for Caroline Marks.
We need to remind ourselves every now and then that she's still only 21 years old. You know, it's crazy. When she debuted on the CT, she made the semifinals a couple of times in 2018. I think J-Bay was one event that everybody was looking forward to. She made the semis there. I was really looking forward to seeing her surf in beach breaks because that's where she's originally from. Her bread and butter is Melbourne Beach, Florida, transitioned over to the West Coast, surf Lower Trestles for the majority of the time that she's been over here in California. She's just good everywhere now, though.
Even her maiden victory on the championship tour was against Carissa Moore at Snapper, surfed at Duranbar. And that was the first time that she won a championship tour victory, and it was over someone like Carissa. So, you know, this is Caroline, the coming of Caroline and being a world title contender has been knocking on that door for a long time.
Well, will her destiny be revealed today? She's got to get back past Carissa Moore, and that is not going to be an easy feat. Again, this is best 2 out of 3 play here, so even if this first one does go to Caroline Marks, we still got Carissa Moore. And a 5-time world champ and a gold medalist. That is some stats that are not to be ignored. It's not a coincidence.
I want to point out Carissa's world championships, every single one of them has been in an odd year too. So we are in 2023. Could happen, you know, like every single time since 2009 Kaipo was the first one, or 2011, excuse me.
Yep, 2011, yeah. You got it.
And how dominant. I mean, Carissa, Steph, Tyler Wright, those are the 3 women that have been dominating women's surfing for the last over a decade now. And if Caroline can kind of crack the code and get into that very elite club of world title holders, it's that next generation that's coming. It's the Katie Simmers, it's the Marley Picklums, it's that next, you know, changing of the guard for women's surfing.
That's a great point. 21-year-old Caroline Marks, 20-year-old Molly Picklum, 17-year-old Katie Simmers. There's more behind it, and you're right, there's been this era of Tyler, Carissa, Steph. Are we going to see a change of the guard, a change of the era? Well, that's yet to be determined today, but right now Caroline Marks is on her way to winning this opening title match, Mitchell.
Last goofy footer on the women's side to win a world championship, Chelsea Georgeson, 2005. Last Floridian to win a world championship on the women's side, Lisa Anderson, 97. So it's been a while. 18 years for a goofy footer on the women's side.
I'm gonna give a Frida Zamba, 1984, 1985, 1986, and 1988 as goofy foot world champion from Florida.
Right. Oh, so both, you're counting both right there, yeah. 4 times Frida Zamba.
Yeah, 4 times. She was a dominant force. Pam Burge was a goofy foot as well, and she won a world title in 1990.
Here we go, Carissa Moore.
Here we go, Carissa. Don't count her out. Opening foam climb there.
Beautiful rail work there.
Nice. Sharp rail work on the Mayhem. And again, this wave going a little tapered, looking for the air, busts the air, puts it down, battles in the whitewater, gets the little bit of rotation, unable to ride out in front of the whitewater to count that as a make, Rosie.
I had the hairs on the back of my neck. I was getting ready to just scream into the microphone. That was really cool, and that's something Carissa's got in that back pocket that obviously she's decided, okay, I'm at that point of the heat where I need to start getting a little bit more critical. Even that first maneuver, the way she drifted that tail, really cool.
And it's a point of separation too. Nobody's been able to do that so far today. But as you're mentioning, we were all seeing this telegraphed air coming in. We haven't seen one today, even on the men's side, so it would have been a huge point of difference. Had the speed, had the momentum, but the section wasn't really there, and unfortunately for her, a lot of whitewater went in the landing too, Rose.
It was everything. Everything was there. It just didn't have, you know, low, as we've said, it's pushing out to sea. It just didn't have that reverb back to point her back to the shoreline, because everything was right there for her. She's got a smile on her face, though. I think Carissa's enjoying her time in the water. Like, regardless of the position she's in right now, she's enjoying herself. And I think we're going to see her start to open up a little bit more.
I think that is a correct assessment, Rosie, in that Carissa Moore, mentally, she needs to keep this light because the battle's not over right now. So there's no reason for Carissa to feel defeated. This is just a step that's not in her direction, but this is By no way the end.
Yes, but...
It's a chapter in the story.
A chapter.
Hey, Caroline Marks could do it in 2 heats, though. Remember, 2 matches, so it's like...
best of 3. So if she goes back-to-back, then she's got a world title.
Trust me. Caroline Marks ain't going to try to let it go to match number 3. She's coming out gun blazing the next heat. She understands what's on the line.
Well, everyone wants to win it too.
Yeah. Don't leave it up to chance. Next thing you know, Carissa Moore has a chance to win it, and she goes 2 out of 3 in the 3rd match. So I think if you're Caroline Marks right now with 50 seconds to go, you've got this heat under control, but be very aware that if it goes to match number 3, it is much in favor of Carissa Moore.
I think Caroline's smart play right now is just to command the peak. She's got 35 seconds. She's got priority. She can let Carissa go on any insider because Carissa needs a giant number. Moore needs a 9.4.
What a statement, though, right? Back-to-back matches with more than 17 points. A couple of 8s in this heat right now. Conditions are on fire. Very well prepared for this event here. And your first time at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, you're making it count right now for Caroline.
Well, we're about 10 seconds for it to be 1-up for Caroline Marks when we look at these title matches. And Caroline doing it in spectacular fashion. Excellent 2-way heat total for Caroline Marks, a 17.1 on a way for that first title match victory. Challenge now up for Carissa Moore when we go to title match 2. We'll take a look at our bracket here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Match number 1, Caroline Marks.
Can't fault it. Flawless. I mean, excellent surfing throughout the day, and then to bring it up an ante as she goes into this final bracket is just, she's been on form all day.
And she's been able to find her way throughout the lineup too, Kaipo. It just seems like she's in rhythm with the ocean right now, trying to make it 2 out of 3 right here.
Mitchell, what kind of adjustments does Carissa Moore need to make looking forward to that match number 2?
Quick start, command the peak as you were mentioning, and I think more importantly, get off to a great start with an excellent score just like Caroline did. Whoever gets the excellent score at the beginning of the heat is most likely going to win the matchup right there.
Rosie, how does Caroline stay centered when she's on the precipice of her first world title?
Don't get caught up in the moment. You just gotta surf every heat like it's your first. Go out there with that same relaxed approach and do the surfing that you know. Mick said something so interesting to me the other day in an interview. He said, leave the brain on the beach. Don't overthink it. Go out there and just let the surfing do the talking.
Really important right now for Caroline. There she goes. She's going to run up to the Red Bull athlete zone. It's not a time to celebrate yet. You know, don't put that champagne on ice quite yet for Caroline Marks. Staying focused on her run back up to the Red Bull athlete zone, Mitchell.
That's exactly right, Kaipo. You were spot on right there. Job's not done. It's not finished. You got 2 more heats.
I think she's going back to her little sanctuary. She's going to go back to her little team. She's going to quiet the noise. She's going to stay in that zone and kind of just lower that energy a little bit and save it.
Well, in her corner, she has 2002 champ here at Trestles, Luke Egan. Cool Hand is in her corner, keeping her cool. Let's get ready for our opening men's title match, Chris Cote.
It all comes down to this. After an incredible season, it's time to crown our men's world champion here in the best of 3 title match right here at Lower Trestles, California. It's a miracle that this man is here competing, and he's making full use of that miracle right now. Give it up to Ethan Ewing. Enter reigning world champion from Ubatuba, Brazil, but living right here in San Clemente, California in the yellow jersey. Let's hear it for Felipe Toledo! Your title match is set! Now get out there and fight for the championship.
Get buckled up. Men's title match in the water when we return to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Trestles. He's won a world title here. He links up the street, he loves the wave, and it kind of is his home away from home. It's where he's made home, right? And the cool thing is he doesn't claim local. You know, he serves here a lot, but he knows. He just lives here and loves it. Good life for him and his family. And this just happens to be one of his home races.
Very similar to Caroline Marks.
Yeah, exactly.
She's got the Florida roots, the Florida blood, but obviously loves California, loves San Clemente, and that's why she's here, and that's why Felipe is here.
Well, I mean, and it works out so perfect because San Clemente's right on the edge of Orange County up the south end. The surf industry is all just up there north. It's kind of the uncrowded. You get all these killer waves and then a quick jaunt down. You got all of San Diego, Baja, close to the airports to get out into the world. Oh, look at this.
Like I said, they know how to cheer down here, the Toledo crew.
Well, you know what it is? They all grew up going to soccer matches. They know how to sing songs in unison. They got a jam. They got it all going on.
They're all garroted up and coming at you like spider monkeys right now, ready to take it down.
They're just capoeira to the beach.
Like Chip and Talladega Nights. Actually, Chip was the big brother. The little kid was the one coming at Chip. He was all hyped up on Mountain Dew, though.
Coming at you like a spider.
Man, this is exciting. This is what it's all about right here, surf fans.
All right, well, what more will Felipe again, the yellow rail board.
The world champion in all his glory.
Let's go.
Woo! Fire flying off the rail right there.
When I really need to go big, we're going to go big.
Ethan Ewing has just done the impossible. Broken back in Tahiti, a month to work it out, taking on Felipe Toledo to see who's the best in the world here in 2023.
The crowd on the shore here, Rip Curl WSL Finals, Brazilian flag supporting the defending world champ Felipe Toledo as he is coming up against Ethan Ewing in this Heat 1 of the best of 3 title match. This is one to really put the focus on. This is the end of the year. This is the finish line. Ethan Ewing with an inspirational performance so far here at the WSL Finals. Let's see if he can continue on with that performance against Felipe Toledo. This is going to be our first view at Felipe Toledo and his surfing. Horn sounded, 35 minutes on the clock ticking down. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Peter Mel and former event winner Richie Lovett here, and I'm so excited about this, Rich.
Yeah, this is amazing, this matchup. Number 77 against number 33, and Australia versus Brazil, and you kind of get the feeling that all the Brazilian fans have kind of pushed the Colapinto fans off to the side and gone, come on, give us some space here, let's go. So, you know, I saw Felipe in the competitors area not too long ago. Looked really relaxed and happy. So, you know, he's I mean, obviously he's coming in with all the confidence in the world. He's going to be hard to stop, but the form that Ethan Ewing has delivered today, he's going to match him.
Yeah, and you think about his experience in this WSL Finals format. He understands what he needs to do in order to have the sustained energy to be able to produce big numbers right now in this situation. I mean, he's come in as number 2 seed, and now he's number 1 seed, so it's the place he wants to be, definitely. And but he has had to watch Ethan's form, so at that point, you're kind of like, okay, let's bring something different to the table, Felipe. Hint, hint. Let's go to over the lip.
Peter, can I go into some numerics for you?
Numerics.
Yeah. On the jersey number for Felipe Toledo is 77. Felipe wanted number 7, which is Mick Fanning's number. So Felipe said, hey, I'm going to double that, do 77, which is also a biblical number. Mick Fanning is in the corner of Ethan Ewing here at Lower Trestles. So we're tying it all together numerically.
Okay, numerically, and then a little spirituality into that as well. But
yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what, either way, these two surfers have been probably the 2 best this season. I mean, don't count out Griffin and what he's been able to put together as well. But man, Ethan Ewing has been, just to watch the improvement, I guess, is what I'm more or less asking. It's coming through. His double E's really improved. The fact that Felipe has been able to come in a sophomore year, I guess, after a world title. We talked about how hard it is to defend a world title.
It up, yeah.
And he came in firing. Right? It wasn't like he ever won that world title. It's like he wanted another one instantaneously.
Yeah, and I identified there was a mindset as well. You know, there was a change in his demeanor. You know, he instantly kind of grew a foot. You know, he was super confident, and he was, you know, maybe not as accessible to everyone as well, just because he had so much to do. You know, he had so much on, the commitments of a world champion. He really had to manage that and get to know it really quickly, and I think he did it very, very well. But yeah, he's backed it up beautifully. The surfing hasn't skipped a beat. If anything, it's improved.
Here we go. Open priority is going to be Felipe Toledo with a quick start.
On his forehand.
Sharp first turn there, and that's the speed of Toledo. Nice rail work for the second turn. Eases through a cut back into the whitewater there. Eyeing up this section at the end. Tapered wave, but we know how he can bring the spark, and there's a spark that we expect from Felipe Toledo. Stomps the finish. Nice start for Toledo, Pete.
You listen to the hint. Hey, that's what we want to see from Felipe specifically. I think actually I want to see it on the first turn because that's what he's going to bring, a point of difference. He can match Ethan Ewing for sure in the speed of the rail, but ultimately above the lip, that's where he's going to shine.
Replay, Rich.
Yeah, the replay, just that first stab, just really aggressive, just setting his intentions. Nice flowing cutback, just to reposition himself. Series of smooth arcs all the way through to the inside, and then you knew Felipe was just going to go, okay, I'm going to start rotating, I'm going to take the air, gets the smooth air rev, and just not even a moment where you thought he wasn't going to make it, but this opening maneuver there, super critical. Just the whole tail of the board comes free, but does it with so much control. You know, it never really looks like he's going to fall off. So, you know, a great opening ride for Felipe, and he's setting the tone.
Yeah, well, you think that this wave, potential 5, right? Compared to what we've seen out there. I mean, this was a mid-sized wave. That would look like a 5 to me, but he probably surfed it up to almost a 7.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, they're going to have to leave some space, aren't they?
Because I would think, you know, especially with what we've seen from both these guys. Well, not Felipe specifically, but what he has the potential to do. I mean, look at that. That's a flared out air reverse. I mean, small section, no worries. Made it super clean. I mean, all of the elements that you have to have in an aerial to pull off, he just did that.
Yeah.
When we talk about Ethan Ewing, he does have a paced approach. Up until now, Ewing has been conserving his energy. Every time he gets up on his board, he's been putting down a score. He's ridden 11 waves so far today. We're watching Felipe Toledo with some fresh legs riding his first wave, Rich.
I think the worst thing that Ethan Ewing could do right now is to try and get out of what he's been doing, get out of the comfort zone and try and change his program against Felipe. You know, he's been doing so well with what he's been laying down today. The scores have been gigantic. If he tries to do something different, he's in danger of maybe getting the rhythm out, you know, and losing that flow that he's got so well this morning.
So opening up with a flat 7-point ride, pretty straightforward from all the judges for Felipe Toledo. Priority Peter with Ethan Ewing. Ethan did beat Felipe this year that semifinals over at Bell's.
Yeah, and of course, Ethan, you know, went on to end up winning that event. So it was definitely something he wanted to do, especially at a place like Bell's. You know, after his mom had won it. And to win that event was very special for him.
Let's hear from Caroline Marks, because Marksy is 2 good waves away from a world title. She won title match #1. Let's hear from Caroline with AJ.
Caroline, you have surfed with momentum and confidence all day long. 1 heat down in this best 2 out of 3 in the title match. How are you going to keep that mentality, keep that confidence going into the next one?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stick to the plan, keep doing the same thing, and the waves are so fun. I was just telling Luke, I was like, it's so weird. Like in a free surf, you usually be taking anything you can get, and out there you just get to choose, and that's just so cool. I'm just having fun surfing. It's really fun. Yeah.
Understandably, we'll let you get back to it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ethan Ewing off the bottom again. Rail control through the entirety of the carve. Aggressive snap there, little punch on the end for Ewing. Snaps there quickly, matching Felipe Toledo's speed so far. Re-entry for the finish, so we'll see what the difference is when we look at the scores. Sharp rail work by both surfers. Felipe had the air at the end, Rich, and a more traditional approach by Ethan Ewing for his finish.
Yeah, I'd say the outside maneuvers, you know, excluding Felipe's first one, you know, Ethan's three maneuvers were stronger. They were strong outside turns. Perhaps didn't get the the finish that Felipe did, but I think it evens it out what the work he did at the start. Don't you think, Pete?
Yeah, I would agree. And I think that again, when you look about our criteria, right, the elements of the criteria stay throughout the entire every event we have on tour. When you look at this style, that's the speed, power, flow, the combination of major maneuvers. He did that, whereas Felipe had the major maneuver, had to cut back, and finish with a big major maneuver. Whereas we saw those three turns right there connected in one string, bottom to top, bottom to top. Look at his compression out of his bottom turn and the torque he has on the top. He just gets himself laid out almost horizontally across the lip and extends and goes up and through it, keeps the speed so well. See how he just does a slight little fade here and then just lays into this one. And again, carving through the lip is just so special that he brings the little tweak he had mentioned. He brought that as a little extra element and then straight into another turn, and carrying the speed so well because every turn is major. And again, feels like this could be slightly under the 7, but ultimately it matched it in this exchange in my eyes.
Every turn's major, and again, a reminder, Ethan has a broken back right now. So there's pain involved. Even with the Red Bull jet ski ride back out.
Right, that would be probably the hardest part, is just the bouncing on the back there. I mean, pounding on the spine like that. I mean, again, you think about how can he sustain this type of energy throughout, because you can know that the pain's going to be there. I mean, ibuprofen just doesn't fix that.
But Rich, as a former champ out here and a CT competitor, when does the adrenaline kick in and the pain just disappears because you're in the moment?
Well, right now is when it's kicking in. That adrenaline is just at the peak right now, and it's he'll probably be feeling it tonight for sure. In about a couple of hours, he's probably going to go back and go, whoa,
I get the numbers
starting to come in. But yeah, some nice scores coming in here. This is going to match Felipe.
It's going to match Felipe very closely as we look at the low and the high. One more judge to come in, and it looks like the advantage actually should go to Ethan Ewing. We'll wait for that score, and the advantage does go to Ewing, 7.33.
And again, thinking about that, I would have been the 6'8", getting thrown out a little bit because I felt like it was a little under, but the size of the wave, a little bigger, and the fact that he was flowing together.
Let's take a look at both waves side by side for the comparison of these 7s for Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo. Check this replay out, Rich.
Yeah, I love these split screens. So, look, the critical nature of Felipe's turn was better. So, the opening turn, I give Felipe the nod, but it's here. Look at Ethan's second turn. Like, that was the standout moment for his wave. Felipe staying horizontal, whereas Ethan, it's more dynamic, it's more critical. The wave height is a little bit steeper and higher as well. So Ethan gets that 4-turn combination, Felipe down the line, gets the progressive element right at the end there. So I really like where the judges went on it. I think the spread is absolutely perfect. Yep. Judges have been on point all day.
Yeah, I just mentioned it. I saw Mikey actually as I was walking by here, one of the judges, and I just say, mentioned you guys were nailing it. He said, hey, thank you. It's been again challenging, but we've felt like we've been as a group, and me individually as a judge. He was mentioning that it felt good. His scoring felt good, and that's what it is. We all do it, right? We're all sitting here scoring every wave.
Well, talk to us about the judging process, and how many judges, and the entire process.
Yeah, so we have 5 judges on the panel, right? And there's a head judge that sits over the back of it. He's a not scoring judge. He just sits in the back there, and the scores are put in on a whiteboard, really, first at start, and then they can go through and they can look at replays. Sometimes they just write the scores down. It's no worries at the beginning of it, and then you start comparing. So they're going to compare a score or compare a wave. They'll actually show Felipe's wave and go, hey, where does this fit in relation to that score? Because that one's already in. So the 7 is already put in. They're going to compare it, and the judges are going to throw it in what they thought. Again, judge 1 thought that 6.8, just slightly under Felipe's wave, and then the rest of the judges pretty much went just ever so slightly different. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. But the 5 judges get a high and a low thrown out, and then that's the average.
I guess, yeah. And it's not one mind, right? It's 5 minds up there with a person overseeing those 5 minds at the same time.
And they're orchestrating. They're not there influencing. He's up there orchestrating, going, okay, here's your score, folks. You had the 6.8. We show it to you right here on the screen, and then now we're going to show you the next wave.
Well, I'm sorry, Cops. I think the important thing that the head judge does is he levels the judges out. And by that I mean not letting them get caught up in sometimes over-emotion in a score, because you have to stay real. You can get caught in the emotion, but you have to be analytical about what they're doing, looking at the technical features of what the maneuver is delivered, and that's how they get their score.
Hey guys, let's take a look at the career head-to-head stats between Felipe Toledo and Ethan Ewing. It might surprise you. 3 to Ewing, 2 to Toledo, Peter.
Yeah, a little surprise. I mean, again, pretty even. You know, you think about their average heat scores, lower on Ethan's side, higher on Felipe's side. The max heat score, very similar, right? I mean, only separated by half a point. And then you look at their high numbers, very similar. So these two have matched up very, very well. And I guess it's just fitting that we're going to see them in the title match.
Yeah, and look at how tight the heat is just from the get-go. Just from the opening exchange, we're talking about 0.3 of a point differentiation, Pete.
Yeah, and again, it's you know, 5 judges, and that's the averages come out. It's a 0.33, which really, it's pretty even. I mean, that's how it felt like when you watch those waves side by side. You could say that, and I'm sure someone would argue, hey, no, I like Ethan's wave better because he had the string. You know, again, that's why we have 5 judges.
Rich, I like what you said at the beginning of this title match for Ethan Ewing. Don't change what you're doing.
Yeah.
And it looks like he is sticking to the same playbook right now.
Yeah, it's the worst thing you can do because it's, you know, he's done so well the way he's going at the moment. He knows he's got the judges' favor with some of the maneuvers he's doing. He's laying it down, he's got the formula sorted out, and he's got a flow and a rhythm of the day. You know, you can't, if you try and surf up, that's when you start pushing yourself out of your zone and you start making mistakes. And,
yeah.
You know, he's on right now.
Well, and the obvious though too is it helps that, you know, the surfing that he's doing right now is producing 9s and 8s,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, well, rise up, San Clemente, because there's so much talent here in this town and the pride of this town. Griffin Colapinto, number 3 in the world. AJ caught up with Griffin earlier today.
Griffin, you have worked so hard for this opportunity to come out here and surf for a shot at a world title. I know you would have loved to go a little bit further, but after dreaming of it for so many years, how did this moment, seeing the red all over the beach, live up to the dream?
Definitely went beyond my dreams. I didn't even think about it in that way. Like running out for that heat, just everyone was like yelling, screaming. I was like, felt like I was feeling like this vibration like going into me, and I just kind of like, I had this moment where I kind of just like put my head back and like embraced it, and just, oh, it felt so good. I just like had a little giggle, and I don't know, it's these fans, San Clemente, I thank you everyone for coming out today. It's freaking the most insane moment of my life. I never even thought I'd have an opportunity like this, really. So yeah, I'm really happy on the way I was able to just, you know, still put on a show, still put up some good scores, and Ethan surfed super good too, and he just got me, and that's just how it goes. But yeah, I don't know, I'm really happy with the way the day has gone, and like I've had so much fun in this whole process, so you know, I wouldn't change a thing. And yeah, I really trust that everything happens for a reason, and I'm only 25 and just getting started, so let's do this.
Just getting started. We'll see you next year. Congratulations, Griff.
All right, thank you.
Griffin Colapinto, Felipe Toledo, wave number 2 in this title match. Razor sharp on the first carve. Double pump off the bottom, throws it out there, stomps it into the flats, stands up.
Oh, man.
Ewing behind him with a fierce first carve, comes around this corner, layback, power hack, and what? How is this exchange? Once again, Peter Mellon giggling.
I am. I'm living. How can you not enjoy this? I mean, literally, that's what we are here for. And these two are going head to head, battling it out, and that was awesome.
Now it's going to be the race for the Red Bull jet skis. You can see Felipe Toledo right on the back real quickly. Rich, talk us through this replay.
Wow, this first opening carve to, like, it's just sizzling, you know. He's just turbo boost through that, and then just throws the giant air reverse, full rotation. And whenever you see Felipe stand tall like that, you know he's absolutely stoked in it. But this opening carve, look at the extension of the upper body, gets the wings right out. The upper body just leading the lower body, gets centered again, pumping down the line, hits the lip absolutely perfectly, already starting the rotation as he launches. And yeah, well, it was just about a 360-degree rotation. It was probably about 340, but incredible maneuvers.
Yeah, and standing proud for the finish, Felipe Toledo. We'll wait for that number. Take a look here, Pete. Ethan Ewing on the rail.
How cooking is the waves. It just has smoothed out. It's just butter, and these guys are going ballistic. That was a beautiful 2-turn combo. I mean, there was progression in that style of move for Ethan Ewing, especially at the closeout where he picks that. As we see, this is the judge's angle here, but look at this underneath turn. Just, you know, again, giggles coming flying out of me. How could you not?
fins skipping out on that first turn. So powerful from Ethan Ewing. So we're waiting for how this exchange turns out. We get to analyze this now, Rich, in slow motion.
Just, you know, gets those fins free, just gets all that release at the fourth quarter of the turn. And again, this is the one where he goes to the layback hack, just jamming it around that pivot point. The tail of the board's pointing towards the beach at that stage, and then he somehow just wrangles it around, back under his feet again. Look, okay, now let's put a critical eye on this now. So Ethan's maneuvers, as amazing as they were fairly similar in what they were, whereas Philippe's were totally different. Yep. Had the big gaff at the start and then the big air rev, so total variation.
So how would you even go, and we're going to see numbers here, but I mean, is there in relation, you know, is it a full point or is it a half point? Is it a point and a half?
I'm calling it's probably a point.
Well, it's a 9-point ride for Felipe Toledo. We're going to get to that score. Felipe Toledo goes excellent. We're waiting for the score for Ethan Ewing. And remember, for Ethan Ewing, in the context of this, you guys, a week ago, we didn't know if Ethan Ewing was even going to show up to this event and be able to surf.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. Yeah, and I would agree with you, Rich. I think there's a full point difference in the two. I mean, amazing, excellent surfing again by Ethan. Yeah. But again, that element with the, you know, we haven't seen it all day. You know, the big air rev at the end, as well as his carve on the outside, was pretty darn dynamic as well.
Yeah, yeah. You'd have to think that Felipe was watching this, going, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Here's how I'm going to change things up and beat this guy.
Scores coming in again, you guys.
Pretty close.
For Ethan Ewing, and it's going to be close. Okay. 8.5 for Ewing. So Toledo with a slight advantage over Ethan Ewing in that last exchange.
Yeah, and only half point. Yeah, half point. I mean, and again, judges taking a look at that. They're watching it all. They've been scoring all day long. Again, Ethan's been getting scored very, very well, and he deserves it because, you know, even though he's not doing that quote-unquote progressive above the lip style of surfing, he is doing very progressive rail work.
Yeah. He's kind of laying down a new category. It's progressive power surfing, if you want to call it something.
It is.
You know,
yeah, no,
that's
it
exactly
is.
what it is.
I mean, it was this style of surfing and power surfing has never been done before.
Yeah.
Well, it is a tight race in this title match, heat number 1, almost neck and neck. Come back for the conclusion of this one. You don't want to go anywhere. Why would you? We'll be back with the conclusion, title match number 1, after this.
Yourself down there in fandom land. We got a whole lot more to go. Here we go, up and riding. Felipe Toledo, he just loves surfing. He just loves to hear those fins sizzle. Wow, we go for the rock and roll float. He comes unstuck, so even superheroes fall sometimes. So he chucks away. So Ethan Ewing now with priority. That opportunity, 7.5, pretty much every wave he's ridden in the last 3 heats has been about.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals are brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, by Sambazon, enjoy the delicious powers of acai, by Turtle Bay, official resort of the World Surf League, by Tudor, official timekeeper of the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Back at Lower Trestles, it's title match, heat number 1 between Felipe Toledo, Ethan Ewing. Here we go with Toledo. Winds up off the bottom. On fire on the rail, on fire in the air. Toledo one more time, and incomplete. That's not going to change the situation. I'm Kuiper Girl along with Peter Mel and former event champ Richie Lovett. So we still got a tight race, Rich, between Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, like healthy heat scores, 16 points, V15, 8-3, so not a lot in it, but you know, these lads are just laying down some huge numbers. and really pushing each other, which is great to see. This is exactly how we wanted these title matches to go down. And wow, what a treat for surf fans around the world and for everyone down here at Lowers.
Well, let's take a look, you guys, at, for the men, the top scores of today. And it's a story really about exactly this title match. 8.6, 8.93, 9-point ride for Ethan Ewing. Felipe Toledo, though, just to put things into perspective, Pete, is on the top of the list on his second ride today, already on the top of the list.
Yeah, and we touted him as the guy. I mean, we know that he's been able to produce this type of surfing here at Trestles, and he's not going to go out here and disappoint. He knew exactly what he needed to do to come here in top form. You know, when he showed up, I did hear him show up at the beach. It was like literally like the last heat of the before the title match, and you heard when he showed up on the beach, the whole crowd lit up. You know, Felipe! It was crazy. So he did not come down here early. He was, I mean, probably didn't even really watch much, I would think. Don't know for sure, but.
Rich, talk to me about endurance and fatigue, because this was, Ethan surfed 13 waves, right? This is only Felipe Toledo's 4th wave ridden with Toledo. Again, lots of control on the rail of the sharp eye. Throws it up, puts it down, spins it around, and he's got more. Skips that section, but powerful slash. And talk about the slash here. Ethan Ewing with a couple of slashes of his own, and we come to the end of Ethan's ride. Again, an incredible exchange, Rich.
This is just, this is surfing at its best, and a real treat for everyone here. Felipe is really starting to heat up. And Ethan Ewing, man, he's just taking the punches, and he keeps punching back, you know, and it's, we need to see Ethan's wave so we can really get a look at it from the start. But Felipe, you know,
here's the judge's angle.
You just can't deny it's so much variety, Pete.
Yeah, look at it. I mean, again, back out to the card, the release comes out of it, no worries, into another beautiful section, little a different angle in the approach, and again, a big layback snap to finish, and somehow was able to climb that whitewater and get a finish for a 4th move. A little bigger wave here for Felipe.
Yeah, Ethan's wave held its height the whole way down, so projection maneuver to start things off, a big opening carve back into the power pocket for Felipe. Now he gets that progressive turn. Big out of the lip rotation, bringing it down the line, and then a layback hack to finish off, and then the flex.
Wow, again, comparison-wise, I mean, they're different styles of waves, but I mean, the progressive element from Felipe on the outside section, the beautiful arcing carve, but that wave was kind of turned at the channel a little bit, so it wasn't as steep on the face as we saw from Ethan Ewing's, but this turn here, just beautiful. Up and over, the nose pick, and he comes out so clean. It's like, you get in your board off balance, no worries for him. His footwork, impeccable. Be able to get back on his board and go straight into another carve.
He was actually readjusting his feet before he'd actually even set the line back on the board again, and you know, that's just, it's instinctual for him.
Yeah.
It's not something that you can really practice too much.
Jump rope, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
So, Rich, I was talking about, you know, the endurance and fatigue that may be happening with Ethan Ewing at this moment. He's ridden 14 waves so far today. At what point do you think the fatigue and the endurance is going to become a factor?
Well, you know, perhaps right now. Look, he still looks like he has energy on the wave. He still looks like he's got a full tank of gas. But, you know, let's just see what happens here. He's going to have to really push himself to the absolute limit if he wants to take down Felipe here. But you're right, you know, you can't deny the fact that he's been in the water all day long.
And generally what I feel like fatigue ends up being falls, right? Where mistakes, that's generally what you don't really see it necessarily in the performance, but just with the, again, I mean, I guess it is performance, but the falls, like all of a sudden you make a mistake, you know, just a little mistake, because that's where the fatigue comes in.
So we're really waiting for scores for Toledo, scores for Ewing, and let's compare the last waves ridden for both of our competitors as we're waiting for these scores. Break it down, Rich.
Okay, so look, Ethan Ewing just jams that opening turn, much more acute with the angle. The pivot was much tighter. Felipe was swooping. Ethan straight back up again, and well, Felipe, a totally different maneuver there. Air rotation. What these guys are both doing is getting off the top and off the bottom really well, getting into the transition really quickly, and by that I mean heel side, toe side rail. That transition between the two, it's so smooth and it's seamless. It's done just so quickly, and both these guys exceptional at it.
gosh. Well, a little bit of a slight advantage to Felipe Toledo. Here's the number from that last one coming on the replay, an 8.97 for Felipe Toledo. Ethan Ewing not far behind him on the comparison on that exchange. Ethan Ewing, his score, excellent again, an 8.73. Talk about a tight heat.
Yeah, it's very tight. And again, I like what the judges did here because, again, I think the progressive element that Felipe brought, we haven't seen that today. That was a part to kind of lift it in my eyes, even though that Ethan Ewing was able to combo his moves on the outside much quicker in his transitions, but they gave him and rewarded him a good number, 8.73.
Yeah, progression and variety, you'd have to say, is working out to be the difference in this heat so far. You were saying that he's ridden 14 waves, Kaipo?
15 now.
15 now. That's 15 waves that the judges have watched him today versus watching fresh eyes on Felipe. They're only human, right? And they've seen, even though Ethan's bringing variety into what he's doing to that one particular maneuver, they're seeing it. They've seen it.
Yeah.
Over and over again today. So how could they not get swept up in what Felipe's doing?
And in that last exchange, Peter, with a panel of 5 judges, one judge actually did give Ethan the nod, an 8.9 over 8.7 for Felipe Toledo. That's why you have 5 heads up there.
Yeah, exactly, right? And then again, that just goes to show that there's really truly isn't, they get to do their own thing up there. They get the comparisons. And that was where the head judge is going, hey, you know, we're going to give you comparisons, you know, let's do that like this. And they get to make their own choices. And then the scores go into the computer screen, and that's how you see it. So it's 5 judges, high and low thrown out. They average the next 3 together. And it is I mean, they easily could say, you know, hey, Ethan Ewing has been, you know, could be almost winning this heat, but I mean, it's literally separated by a half a point.
Yeah, there's nothing in it.
But
look at the totals, they're huge.
Those half a points, Rich, sneak up on you because look at the need for Ethan Ewing. He needs the highest single wave score. He needs a 9.24 to take this match.
Yeah, and well, that'd be something special for today. You know, that's taking it even further than what he's done all morning. So he's going to have to wait for that special wave now, and I think with 6 minutes to go, with second priority, there's a formula to what he needs to do here. He needs to wrangle priority back off Felipe and then wait for that special wave.
And hope that wrangling doesn't allow Felipe to get another number.
Yeah.
Right? Considering what Felipe's already been able to do.
Mitchell Salazar, what do you think about this neck and neck title match #1 between Ethan and Felipe Toledo?
Well, it's extremely tight, and as you guys were mentioning, I actually think it's spot on because look at the amount of separation between the scores, a 9, an 8.97, an 8.73, and an 8.5. I mean, they're splitting hairs right now upstairs, but I just think it's the element of innovation by Felipe Toledo that's giving him the edge over Ethan Ewing. You guys were mentioning the repetition that we've seen from Ethan Ewing in his surfing so far today. He's still been perfect, though. 17.23 heat total. He's won every match so far up until this point of the day, but I really want to point out that if it weren't for that opening exchange and Ethan Ewing getting the better of it, I don't think Felipe would have been pushed to a point like that where he was needing those 9s and the high 8s like he's having right now. We still have 5 minutes out there, boys, and we got a set incoming.
Set coming in, decision time for Toledo. He's holding the lead and priority over Ethan Ewing. You can see the paddle for the 2 surfers. Ewing ducks under the whitewater, unable to get to the shoulder. Good idea, too. That way he didn't have much on offer. Another set #2 coming through here, and Toledo will hold court with the lead and priority, Rich.
Yeah, you could see Ethan was actually having a look at it and trying to actually coach Felipe into having a look as well, but Felipe just didn't want any piece of it. And just to extend on what Mitch was saying too there, you know, Felipe's got this incredible ability to just leave a little bit in the tank and draw on what he needs to draw at a certain moment. You know, he's not just showing his aces. He's showing a couple of kings, queens, jacks, and I got 10 in there as well. He's like, still got a couple of aces up.
And then all of a sudden they're all suited. Royal flush.
Royal flush. There it is.
Well, it's just an illustration what we're seeing right now in this title match #1 of what we predicted coming into this WSL Finals and how hard is it going to be to beat Felipe Toledo?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally because he has it all, right? I mean, whether it's backhand, whether it's forehand, he's got the airs both on lock. He's had a 10-point error on a right, a 10-point error on a left. He's got all the carves and the transitions and the speed, and he's got a huge arsenal. I mean, the only thing he's lacking, and we have all pointed it out, is the fact that, you know, Pipeline and Chopo are his Achilles heel, and he's got to be able to get better there. And he is so talented, you know he can do it. It's just a matter of getting over that reef a little bit more.
All right, well, 3.5 minutes. Toledo with heat control. a lead over Ethan Ewing and holding priority 77. That's the crew right there cheering on Toledo, Rich.
Yeah, it's a big crowd down there. The Brazilians are out in force.
They're a very vocal group too. I mean, literally they are, you know, just loving every minute of this. Sport is huge in their nation, and they know how to celebrate sport. They know how to cheer on their fans, or as fans. So again, I mean, Felipe is just tapping into that.
Checking out a preparation title match number 2 for the women. We have Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks coming in, and Carissa getting some moral support. Mitchell Ross, her coach and advisor, sending her into that title match number 2.
Good vibes, good energy between those two. I've been talking to Mitch a lot in the lead up here, and he just said Rissa's been so dialed in with all her boards. She's been working hard. She's gone through a huge quiver just to pick out the little magic sticks, and everything's been right. The lead up to her title campaign has kind of been perfect, you know, so
and all that work is done previous, right? And now at this point, now that's the, you know, Mitchell is here as a, you know, a big teddy bear, right? Just to kind of give nice. I mean, he saw right there, right? Some warmth and some support, and that's really because she has the talent.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Pete, like you said, all the work's been done.
Yeah,
you just need that comfort zone, right?
And you know, having hubby here and Mitch, it's great. You know, and of course, there's some tidbits of info that are going there, of course, right?
Yeah, it's just little analytical, you know, tidbits on the day, and you know, perhaps just watch this or that, or positioning in the lineup, whatever it may be. But yeah, you're right. They're not working on anything right now.
But it's interesting in this 2 out of 3 matchup in that you're going to surf against the same person. So the downloads after the heat, it's not like you're moving into another round with a different opponent.
Yeah.
You can actually look at, hey, that was the strength of that person. This is the weakness. So it is unique for this 2 out of 3 format.
And I will say that basically Caroline had the better waves in that one, right? It literally was hands down. She was on the best waves. So now Carissa needs to find a way to get the better of that rhythm. Take that rhythm away from Caroline. She's had it now for two heats.
Yeah, and that would be part of the download, right?
Yeah.
So keen eye by Peter Mel. Carissa Moore in the 2 box right now getting ready. Felipe Toledo with priority is going to let Ethan Ewing go. Ethan needs a 9.24. Double E. Big slash there. No section to follow, however.
Just that one maneuver by itself was just so incredible, you know, and I was down in the competitors area before, and it was just packed with, you know, the who's who of the surfing industry, and Shapers and Violas and Pizel was down there, Brett Merrick, all the crew, everyone's coaches were down there, and every time a surfer does something incredible, they're just screaming and, you know, hooting and hollering because they just appreciate what's going on here. And this heat in particular, I feel like it's competitive surfing at its absolute best.
Yeah, it is absolute best. And, you know, everyone's emotionally, I mean, I got texts from Dino, and Dino here. He's like, you know, he had his opinion on how this split was. He felt like it was a 1.5 difference for Felipe over Ethan Ewing. But that's it. We're all invested in this because we love good surfing, and we love the comparisons that are happening. That was weird.
Yeah, he just closed it out.
Okay, got it.
There you go. So he had priority. He had the lead. He just closed out the heat. A little bit of defense. That's high heat IQ for Felipe Toledo. He's going to take the lead, winning title match number 1, heat 1. Look at those numbers, though, for both surfers. Both surfers going excellent in this one.
It's epic. That is what we are here for in the title match, to see this style and this approach of surfing. And we still get to see another heat.
Yeah, how good is that?
Let's take a look at our men's brackets so far. Again, best 2 out of 3. Rich, first one goes to Felipe Toledo, coming out firing.
Advantage to the current world champion and the yellow jersey leader, Felipe, out in front. So the pressure is just built a little bit more for Ethan Ewing. He's going to have to, well, it's a win situation. He has to win this next one.
Yeah, 4 more waves. 4 more, probably 8 5s or 9s.
Yeah. Absolutely, but what a treat. There he is, Felipe Toledo, winner of the opening exchange. Advantage.
Yep, coming up after this break, women's title match number 2. Caroline Marks, Carissa Moore, Joe Turpel, Pete, you'll stay in, along with Rosie Hodge when we return.
Caroline Marks takes the first heat of the title match to put Carissa Moore under pressure. The goofy foot, 21 years of age, looking for her first world title today, and she's one heat win away. Carissa Moore has never won the first heat of the title match in the last now 3 years. As now her back against the wall once again, Carissa in a must-win situation to achieve a 6th world title, and Caroline Marks just 35 minutes on the clock. 2 waves could be the difference of making this Floridian a world champion today. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge and Peter Mel here for the call. This format brings the heat as soon as we get going here in the morning and we hear that horn sound. We'll see if Carissa Moore can find redemption in this matchup, Rosie.
Those 3 words, must-win situation. I mean, that just turned up the nerves, turned up the pressure. I can't believe it. Like hearing that stat that Carissa has lost every first title match, and this is the 3rd time. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it is, and it makes it tough. Well, I mean, Felipe, on the other hand, has gotten the win in his first match and now has to just win one more time for another world title. Whereas Carissa now has that doubt without, unfortunately, having a first win. Now it's must win.
It's crazy that she's been in that situation now for the 3rd straight season. Year number 1 in this format, 2021. Tatiana got the opening win, and Carissa had to win back-to-back heats here in the title match. Caroline Marks doing it to Carissa in that previous heat, courtesy of some big backside hooks. Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, Hall of Famer Peter Melchior. It's interesting, in the whole year, we're waiting for Carissa Moore to find redemption. You know, starting off with chatting with her before Pipe, then winning Pipe. It felt like this year was going to be a different story.
Definitely, and just to see the way that Carissa has evolved in her career, we're seeing this new generation of women surfers coming up, and the way that Carissa's been able to maintain that lead, to maintain that next step up of a level. Can she clinch her 6th world title here? Can she stop the onslaught of these younger generation of surfers that are coming up?
It's true. I mean, she did have her highest combined heat total so far in those losses, you know, that we just saw with Caroline Marks. So did you see nerves, Pete, from that performance?
I didn't see nerves, but I think that there's something, I mean, the way nerves can show up is wave choice, right? You can, all of a sudden you choose a wave that maybe wasn't the right one, and you get put in a situation where you watch your competitor on a bomb. And that's kind of what happened in the first match in this heat with her. So, you know, right now, I think she really needs to buckle down and make sure she's on the best waves.
I think we always talk about, you know, how much of an advantage is that first seed and having, you know, the opportunity to have fresh legs coming into this. Carissa is someone that surfs into rhythm. Maybe she did need that warm-up where Caroline's coming in, she surfed a few times, she knows what it takes to get an 8, she's gone up in the excellent range a handful of times now. She's got that favorable momentum coming into this final.
And I will say that, you know, Carissa did show up this morning and had a free serve early. She was here on the early, got some waves, got a really nice finish last wave. I mean, 2 beautiful hooks in it, but it's different now. It had some weirdness in the morning, and now so it's a little bit different. But it ain't that much different, right? It's now a matter of strategy-wise, be on the best waves, make sure that she gets the rhythm, take away the rhythm from Caroline Marks, who definitely has it at the moment.
Carissa Moore owned this wave as an amateur, set records in NSSA history right at this venue at Lowers. Then the venue changed for NSSA. They went to Huntington Beach. Caroline Marks grew up the USA champs here and dominated just like Carissa did. Won in 2013, 2014, 15, 16, oftentimes few divisions at the time, surfing a few ages up, and then we saw her be the youngest ever to qualify for the tour. The whole story for Caroline was taking a break last year, which she said was really uncomfortable. She was watching the tour go by and just going, why am I not there? Then finally decided that she was ready to come back in the back half, and then actually held back on her return. She didn't go to G-Land, went on a boat trip with Luke Egan. And you can kind of see now that was all prep for this year. That was all doing hard work, surfing perfect waves, working on board in fin design with Louis Egan to now prepare for a true world title race in 2023. That crew's got a lot to be proud of.
They do, and just, you know, speaking from experience, where you have Caroline, she qualifies as a teenager. You do so much personal growth from your teenage years heading into your 20s, and doing that on a world stage like surfing, where you're pouring your heart and soul into something that can have these emotional up and downs and every curveball in between. Caroline's so mature. Take those events off. Do the prep for this season. It's paying off so well here.
And you think about, too, real quick, in regards to Carissa Moore, remember she was coming off of 2019. She wanted to take a break, right? She basically announced that she was going to go, hey, I'm taking a year off, right? I want to take some time because she needed it. She had been putting in so much time. All of a sudden, COVID happened. And it kind of like just happened in a moment in her life that everyone was able to take a break. She was able to do that. And then it comes in. She never really truly took a break, but it was forced into our lives, everyone's lives, really.
Saw two different stories there. Ethan Ewing having some quiet time after a loss with 17.23 points next to his name. As now Felipe is one heat away from becoming a back-to-back world champion. Toledo on the bike, singing a song, might have been his wife's song. Ananda is a beautiful singer. She's got her songs on Spotify. His dad right behind him there, Ricardinho Toledo, multiple-time Brazilian national champ. As he's keeping his boy focused and prepared. Waves on the way. Still waiting to establish priority here in match number 2. It is a title match.
There was that paddle that we saw Carissa kind of paddle and get in position over Caroline and paddled and didn't go, and it felt like it could have been almost called a block, but they didn't do it. You know, in that situation, if you do block your competitor from riding a wave, they'll actually take priority away from you and give it to the competitor, but it didn't happen, so it's still open priority.
Yeah, the battle and the gamesmanship before the first wave is ridden is always so interesting. You think Caroline would have a lot of options here, spending much more time these days here at Lower Trestles. It is her home break. Loves the left, loves the right, and her backhand just seems to get better and better. When you think of that balance of forehand and backhand and a wave like Lowers where it's a perfect peak, it makes sense she's at this moment here in title match number 2.
Yeah, I agree. She's definitely the most well-rounded surfer when it comes to backhand and forehand out here at Lowers. So that's, that's on her mind right now. She's got that advantage. She's won this first matchup.
Things settling down a little bit of a lull to kick this one off. I mean, there has been waves, Strider. I guess it's just a lull from action because we're waiting for the opening ride in title match number 2.
There's some mental fortitude going on in the lineup. They're literally fighting without touching each other. It's amazing to watch. There's a dog fight and a cat fight inside. They're waiting for waves, trying to outposition each other, and be in that first opening exchange on the right spot. There's been really great waves going by, and they've just been, pushing each other a little bit too deep and in the funniest position. So I love what I see. I also want to see this thing get started because this is the kind of stuff where these could be great scores and beautiful shows on these waves, and that's what I want to see. I want to see them slug it out wave for wave. And, the whole beginning part and the priority and shifts and like the battle for that, it just irks me because you just want them to get started and get it going.
Yeah, right there with you, Strider. As we saw from the first title match heat with Caroline winning, there was just an overall energy of confidence from Caroline, how she took control. And you think of her headspace going, hey, I'm competing against one of the best to ever compete in the world.
And her idol.
And then she just lets go and nails her first few turns to a huge score. And I think just the confidence is just flying for young Caroline after that moment.
Caroline's first big win on the championship tour came at Snapper Rocks, and it was over Carissa Moore at D-Bar. So, these guys have competitive history. You do have these people that you idolize growing up, and then those are the people that bring out your best surfing when you're competing.
You see where Caroline grew up, with a bunch of siblings that, were pretty honest with their critique. Her brothers didn't let her surf safe. They pushed her. And she said, yeah, it was uncomfortable at the time, but she thanks them for everything, because it turned her into the surfer she is in today. I mean, for Carissa, she's got a wonderful sister, but I don't think it was quite as competitive. They're more supportive, more just cheering each other on, where Caroline had that kind of cutthroat kind of upbringing, being like, you better perform at a high level.
And Caroline actually hung out, because there were a bunch of brothers, and then they ended up hanging out with all of their friends, right? So she really was with kind of the wolf pack of boys. It's really what she got brought up in. And then thinking about Luke, and you had mentioned the boat trip during that time off that she had, but it paid off in a huge way, right? It made her much more comfortable over those reef-style waves, and here she is winning in Chopo. So you would say that paid off in a huge way, dividends, and now being that she is qualified provisionally for the Olympics just today, congratulations to her for that. And over the top of the reef over there at Chopo, and a winner in the past event, you'd have to say gold medal is on her mind.
You're looking at the two surfers representing USA in the water right now in the Olympic Games. Good time to check out your screen. There's a QR code there. You got your smartphone, you open it up to that camera setting like you're going to take a photo. You put it over that QR code. You could join Club Rip Curl USA today and scan for 10% off the WSLstore.com. So this is for everybody in the United States. Scan that QR code, 10% off, WSLstore.com.
Bunch of cool stuff there too, right? There's the Lahaina, effort that's happening there with that T-shirt. Great art. There's a bunch of Trestles art, beautiful stuff. There's jerseys, all sorts of stuff you can get there, and I would recommend going and checking it out.
25.5 to go. It's just been a bit of gamesmanship to kick off title match heat number 2. Carissa Moore salvaged her world title campaign in 2021 with back-to-back wins over Tati after she lost the first heat of the title match. And some proud locals celebrating.
That was Caroline Camp.
For Caroline Marks. A lot of people flew out from Florida as well. She said she was happy to have more family members, more friends taking the flight over from Florida. But she's got a ton of friends and support just right here in San Clemente. I think everybody that came down for Griff earlier today stuck around for Caroline.
Yeah, Caroline's got a lot of local support here. I mean, you just bump into Caroline. She's effervescent. She's such a cool person to be hanging out with. She's got a good vibe about her. So there'd be a lot of support for her on this beach. I know Carissa's the same way. Like, she's got families here in San Clemente that have taken her under the wing, and she feels at home here at Lowers. A lot of support for both of these women.
The feeling I've had running into Carissa lately is I can see like she's just trying to enjoy this experience. She's had a bit more time, just to hang out with people than she did the last 2 years, where she kind of locked herself up to prepare. I think she was trying to create a sense of normalcy before, a high pressure situation in these heats, where I think she's recognized that she hasn't been able to perform at her best, which is very interesting because she's been dominant basically the last 3 consecutive seasons in the regular season. I mean, untouchable. And then getting into this pressure-filled one-day moment, sometimes just things look a little bit off.
Yeah, a little different, isn't it? I mean, it just is, it points finger at how much pressure plays into mentally, being able to get it done on the day of days. Like, stringing together a bunch of events throughout a season, and you're going to all these different places. Sometimes there's crowds that are participating, sometimes they're not. You're just surfing by yourself out in a reef, at G-Land or wherever else in the world, Tahiti, you're out in a boat life. They're all different. This is an atmosphere that is, because of the format, which is what I touched on this morning. I love this format because you've got this cut that ends in the middle of the season, and you've got all that pressure that puts everybody under. For 5 events, got to make it, got to make the top half of the year in the rankings, or else you're out, and just so gnarly to have to compete at that level. But that's what sport is, right? I mean, that's why we watch the big games, the Super Bowl, because that's the pressure to win it all. And we're seeing it right now in front of your face right now.
What a great season for Carissa Moore, winning at Pipeline, starting off in the yellow jersey, back-to-back wins from Margaret River, and then into the Surf Ranch. And then like 3 semifinals in a row. The most consistent surfer, making the final series more often than not.
I would say ever the most consistent surfer. I mean, you think about the rankings, like you mentioned, there was only 1 year that she finished 5th. And other than that, it's been top 3 for every season she's been competing on the championship tour. It's just like, yes, that's consistency.
And then throw an Olympic gold medal in the middle of that back at Tokyo 2020. Definitely watching one of the best ever. Steps with 8. Lane Beachley with 7, Carissa with 5 world titles, and now needs to win 2 in a row to make it 6. Still scoreless, 22 on the clock.
Yeah, it's very interesting to watch the positioning, to watch the body language, just like how close Carissa is sitting on Caroline at the moment and really making her presence known. I mean, it's a pressure-filled situation. I think Carissa recognizes, hey, I'm a 5-time world champ. I need to take ownership of this lineup.
Give me respect.
Exactly. I need to apply that pressure. This lineup is mine, and this is my title to lose.
Easy, Grom.
Sometimes there's these turning points for Carissa. When she starts slow. We referenced the win she had in Brazil a season ago, where she had her lowest combined heat total in the opening round, and then she said it was one of the most meaningful victories because she started with a terrible heat sheet and then improved and proved that she could build herself back up. Going earlier to this year, Margaret River, Lakey Peterson has her against the ropes, under priority, turns the heat and gets barreled at main break, and then went on to win the event. So that was like that turning point where all the belief comes back and she reminds herself that she's one of the best in the world.
There's moments where you can tell that Carissa is uncomfortable, and there's that growth happening. And obviously, you know, she's proven herself in heavy wave, she's proven herself at beach breaks, but now it's proving yourself under pressure. We've seen her in clutch moments, but now it's about performing it on this day with all of these eyes and really just shutting that door.
Burned about 14 minutes off the clock was in title match heat number 2. Still no rides yet.
Yeah, they're burning the candle at both ends right now, and as it's just getting to the center, it's going to be over soon. The funny thing is, though, the thing I really enjoyed about, you know, Carissa coming into this heat was that she said that she was building momentum into her first heat. She felt it coming to her because I got to catch up as she paddled over to the peak. And I like saw that glimmer in the eyes, and I think that's what we're seeing right now, is that competitive kind of dominance that she wanted to assert and try to get into that driver's seat, just like you guys were talking about. She actually kind of notified that to me and looked at me and said, I'm gaining momentum, this is it. And she was a reassurance to herself, and I love to see the confidence coming through her.
It's such a positive insight from Strider. Didn't take it as the loss, you know, that it was more momentum gaining with sevens building into title match heat number 2. And now being very aggressive to start with Caroline. Still priority not established yet. And Caroline Marks leads 1-0. A win away from becoming a world champ. Last time we had a goofy foot champ, it was Chelsea Georgeson, who Rosie got to compete with. Last champ that we had from Florida, Lisa Anderson, who won 4 straight.
Yeah, just some of my favorite surfers right there. Chelsea Georgeson, I feel like she had more world titles to give. And definitely someone that Caroline would have looked up to. Her style was just so fluid and beautiful.
I did see Lisa Anderson's on site. She's over there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone hanging out, watching.
What a cool story. Lisa Anderson running away from home to chase this dream of being a surfing champion. Her story is unbelievable. Caroline didn't run away from Florida. She moved here. It's her decision. As you see the fans down here, this is a special place, part of the California State Parks. For all the e-bikes, you had to kind of earn it. You'd walk down, maybe just ride a normal push bike.
I still try to earn it.
Yeah.
We walked down this morning.
Yeah, it felt good. You kind of looking around at all the Mother Nature. It's gorgeous. The creek here that sets up the beautiful wave that we have today.
Still kind of cheat and get dropped off up top at Barcelona, I guess.
You deserve it, Pete.
Okay.
I was going to say, you walk from Carl's?
No, Carl's is I've done that one too, but that one actually is probably double the walk, right? I mean, if you do that.
It's just a cool spot, though, in Orange County, where you really get to be a part of nature. It's not one of those spots you just park on the sand and run out in front of your car and go surf. You really get to experience this beautiful place. That's why I think Caroline and Carissa just fell in love with it right away through their amateur career.
What's kind of cool, too, is it's really, truly untouched in regards to any type of development. Yeah, you got some railroad tracks that run through it, but that's about it. I mean, everything else has been here for thousands of years and stayed that way.
Well, the San Mateo Creek, I mean, you've got bobcat, mountain lion. During the COVID year, Ian, my husband, was stopped by a herd of deer in the road as we watched Carissa opening this one.
Carissa now getting the first wave with 17:40 to go. Throws down a nice cut back. Sets up the float early. Now snap, and she'll hang on to it. So cleaning up that wave that looked a little bit tough at times to set a rail, but now she's got a score. Finally kicking things off. That's got to feel good, Pete.
Yeah, it does, especially completed ride. You know, no mistakes there, but if she has to watch Caroline get a bomb here, that would be pretty tough. We'll see what happens.
Now deciding to commit to this one, fading the takeoff. The goofy foot setting up her first turn. Caroline chucks some spray on the opening hack. Second turn complete into her third as she really wraps it off the top hard. Whips it quickly and gets to the end section to tap it shut. A lot of confidence out of the 21-year-old. Already an Olympian, but now looking for her first world title. Finally seeing the opening exchange, Rosie.
Wow, I mean, it goes in favor of Caroline right there. Just, you know, watching her progression through this event, she's showing us just fresh shades of what she has in the mix. Just love the way that she approaches this first turn. Just that beautiful lengthy bottom turn, stays in the cupping out section of the wave and winds through that one. It's got that kind of glisten on the face here at Lower Trestles. This wave is just so beautiful. It's got a lot of power and pushback. It is such a fun wave to surf, and I love seeing Caroline's trademark style.
And she picked that point perfectly. There was a little foam section that she could have gone up and over it, but she wanted to have that snap and get some water off the rail, and she placed it perfectly. She was really patient on this wave too. She sat off the bottom. She didn't rush the turns into the face. Paced it so well, and every turn, again, water off the rail. She was pressing, so the turns were strong, and then gets the finish, and a definite, like you had mentioned, advantage to Caroline in this exchange. I mean, Carissa had a little bit of that stop and start, the floater section there where she kind of jumped up on it, whereas Caroline, look at that, just straight maneuver to bottom turn to maneuver to bottom turn to maneuver. So a great pace and a great wave for Caroline.
That quick transition, that second last turn to that last float up into the lip. Wow, I mean, just such lower body strength.
Back to Carissa's wave, Rosie.
Yeah, just wrapping through that first maneuver, and then kind of a bit of downtime as that wave has a bit of froth on the face, gets that flow with the floater, showing us some variety, linking those turns together, but it just didn't have that same crispness.
Scores coming in for Carissa Moore's start, catching that with 17:40 to go. After just battling for position, turns in a 5.5. Caroline Marks wins the exchange with a 7.0.
Yeah, so a full 1.5 difference, and the fans just got the news, and again, that's a big point difference, a good spread there, 1.5. Because now, I mean, Carissa, you would say Caroline's going to get another opportunity, and she'll probably match that number or more. So that 5.5 is not something she's want to carry in her scoreline if she really wants to take this title match too.
Pressure is on the 5-time world champ Carissa Moore, world #1, chasing Caroline Marks here in title match heat number 2. Back right after this.
Caroline Marks in the pink leads it with a 7.0. Carissa Moore in second with a 5.50, wearing the yellow.
We're at a really special place right here at Trestles, which is the confluence of the San Mateo watershed.
We're removing some invasive species to help let the native plants grow and flourish.
By helping treat, control those plants, we can allow the native biodiversity to really thrive.
Our biggest issue is dealing with the continuing effects of climate change, sea level rise, coastal erosion.
This is historical lands of the Hahachimen. They've been here for, thousands, if not 10,000 years. And they're here too because of this special ecosystem.
We call ourselves ocean people when we talk about who we are as a Hachimen people. If you love the ocean, you're going to take care of it. It's a vital part of who we are as human beings. And if you are a surfer, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about.
So many wonderful people involved in WSL One Ocean before the event started right here at Lower Trestles. Big thanks to the Hachimen Nation, Adelia Sandoval, teaching us so much about this region. They've been watching these coastlines as a nation for over 10,000 years. As you see that beautiful shot there, train going down the tracks, you hear that in the distance. I used to think it was a lucky charm for a set when I was a kid.
It was.
Yeah, I think it was.
It was,
I think there's
for
something
sure.
real about that.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's going to happen now. Here in title match heat number 2.
You gotta hoot the horn though.
You gotta.
You can't just go by quiet. You gotta be honking that thing.
That's when the energy starts flowing. You're on this perfect A-frame known as a high-performance skate park. Carissa Moore and Caroline with a ton of success at this venue through their childhood and then into their professional careers. This is where Caroline put the CT jersey on for the first time at 13. And Carissa's always been tough to beat. Things change in a new world title format.
They see the set, it's coming.
And that is still a lucky train. Carissa Moore just chasing a 1.51. Just 2 waves ridden, but a big battle to start. Carissa got the first wave at 17:40 remaining in heat number 2 of the title match. Caroline Marks just needs to close this one out to become a world champion. And Carissa in a must-win situation. Options are coming through. It's up to Riss with priority. She paddles, can't catch up to it. Sitting in a better position is Caroline Marks. Under priority, fades the takeoff. Sets up a solid backside hook. Drills it again. Sets up a third move and drills it. 3 big hammers on the backhand of Caroline. Now Riss getting into gear. Wraps it, set up, turn there. Carissa needs something big. Layback hack, looking solid. She'll catch up to the end section to float it and rides away. Caroline still looking like she's carrying a ton of confidence. No mistakes in between turns. Carissa still chasing at this stage, Rosie.
Yeah, for sure. That last wave of Caroline. I mean, all day we're saying that second wave of the set, Carissa lets that one go with priority. Caroline takes off and absolutely dismantles it. But Carissa out the back, just putting that rail to work, Pete.
Yeah, she did. You know, and again, this wave flattened out though. I mean, even though it was wave number 2, you thought it was gonna be cleaner on the face. It was turned a little bit towards the channel, but she made up for it right here. That was a very strong turn. Judges will like that. Very aggressive. You know, in comparison to what you'd see where Caroline, where you take a look at this turn here. This is the outside carve. And again, she opens up, she carries that carve, carries the speed well. A little disjointed here. It felt like she was kind of looking for this next section and had to wait, but then she finally gets to the layback zone right there, and that's super strong. You know, compressing, pushing through that turn, comes out of it. Didn't have the complete flow through it, but I will say that this is going to be a pretty good number for her because she was able to get this final move as well. But the flow from Caroline, a little bit more connected, right? Top to bottom. That's what we've seen from Caroline, and she's been able to produce, and a lot of water coming off the rail.
Definitely. Even though she meets like a little bit of a foamy section, she's just able to use that outward projection on that backhand. 3-turn combo, just so silky smooth. Just her read to stay in the critical section and really utilize that backhand and attack that lip line. It just, you know, it grabs your attention. A little bit of a dirty rail there when you watch the super slow-mo if we're being incredibly critical, but everything about this wave, as she links these turns together, looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, and her backhand bottom turn, you know, where she drives that arm. She does that. I mean, we compare it to Aki, and Aki used to keep that arm really low, and that arm when she's pressing off the bottom and that backside bottom turn, it's very similar, right? And she drives it through the lower part of the waist, and that gives her that compression, and it gives her the extra drive.
Hand down, man down. That's what you'd say when you watch Akalupo, especially if you're the Hobgoods. That studied tape of Aki was really excited to watch Caroline compete at lowers. Loves her approach, loves her nickname, being compared to him. Really cool to see Caroline put it into motion. There's something about a smooth line. We know when you're not kind of fighting through white water on the open face.
Or
Caroline's
your
line
board.
has been really solid. Straight into deep bottom turns. Hasn't really had to hunt for sections. And she's going to have a solid score to go with the 7.0.
She hasn't manufactured anything, I feel like. She's really found that flow and that rhythm that every surfer tries to emulate, and just a little bit of extra emphasis on her turns every time.
It feels like the judges are going to give the exchange again to vary ever so slightly to Caroline. At this point in the heat, that's huge.
7:15 to go. 7:15 left to see if Caroline will become a world champion today. Carissa Moore, member, heartbroken last year when Steph Gilmore blazed through everybody from the opening match to win an 8th world title. Numbers in for Carissa, 6.93, her best so far. Last of Caroline, 7.6, the best of the matchup. Caralupo up again. Blast to start on the opening section. Set up work to fill it in. And she still shuts it down.
Wow. Glued to her feet, man. She is just so on point.
I like her first 2 waves, but still looking so comfortable and composed. Doesn't look like she's running away in her mind of realizing she's getting very close to a world title.
Definitely, and just like the compression that she has, that low center of gravity, you can't shake her off her feet, and when she's on that board, she's looking solid and just growing with confidence as she's hearing those scores and the time ticking down.
She had some release on those turns too, Joe. I mean, it wasn't as smooth and as clean as and probably as pressing as before, but I do like the fact that she kind of got loose. I mean, let's take a look at this replay here. She drops into this first turn, but you see a little drift of the fins, a little more punch in the turns. Yeah, this one disjointed here, and she had to force that, but then again, you see the release of the fins and comes out it with confidence. So I like this wave. Probably won't go into her top 2, but ultimately it just goes to show how good she is right now.
Oh, looking so solid, confident. I mean, and this was a cool decision. Kind of like a 2-for-1, little setup turn to hit the oncoming section.
Yeah, cutting that bottom turn short, going a little lateral so she can get that projection, and just following her eye line when she's surfing, the way she looks over her shoulder to really square it up and get more critical. There's so many things you can take away from Caroline's surfing that you can learn from.
So yeah, she will toss that third wave, 6-2-3. She's got a 7 and a 7-6. Carissa now with priority. And as we approach the 5-minute mark, you'd have to wonder what would be happening inside Carissa's mind. Knowing that she had to win with her back against the wall against Tatiana Weston Webb in 2021. A stressful showdown to get her 5th. Losing the title last year after dominating the regular season. She's hoping to turn things around as we hit the 5-minute mark, needing a 7-6-7. Carissa throws a first turn in the whitewater and hops out of there. Mitchell Ross on the right, her husband Luke on the left, looking pretty concerned at the moment.
Well, and especially if you can't get priority back here, but I think Caroline's already gotten dropped off, so ultimately you feel like she's going to get priority here, and that might have been a mistake.
Well, as an athlete, you're playing this scenario. This is the moment that when you're going to bed, you're like, I got 4.5 minutes remaining. I need a 7.67. I had priority. The wave's coming to me. Like, how do you embrace that moment? And Carissa's really got to do that right now as we see Caroline regain priority out the back. That's a pivotal moment in this heat, potentially.
It really is, you know, especially since, I mean, Carissa taking it, she was indecisive, it looked like to me, in the choice of that wave. She ended up committing there, and yeah, it didn't work out. She gets herself a 2 and lost its priority.
This is big for Caroline Marks. In total control of match 1, match 2. Looking the same, a 7 and a 7-6, now with priority with 3:55 to go. After deciding to take a break, which was a difficult decision last year. And then absolutely blazing into multiple finals this year from Sunset Beach. She was runner-up to Carissa at the Surf Ranch, went right into a win at El Salvador, then finished with a win at the season finale at Teahupo. It's been absolutely brilliant and carried that confidence, winning the last event of the regular season through that few-week break to prepare for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. 3:20 to go.
This is such a huge moment for Caroline. I mean, we've had 3 women that have dominated the world title race since 2007. Steph, Tyler, Carissa. This will be a new name to that list if Caroline can win. But here we go. Carissa's having a sniff.
Carissa holds back. She's starting to hunt a little bit since she doesn't have to worry about losing priority. But in the heart of the peak is Caroline Marks. Already has some speed. Quick little check under the lip. And then throwing a little extended carve. That's her first fall.
I've always been told by coaches in those situations, if you don't need to take a wave, if you have priority and the lead at this point in the heat, you know, because I'll tell you right now, Carissa wasn't in position to catch that wave. So this could be a little bit of an error, because now what happened is it gave an opportunity. And if she didn't take that wave, she has priority and still the same situation with 2 minutes to go. She's still in a power position. At this point now, she had to give up priority. So I feel like this is an error.
Carissa's had 2 of the highest single wave scores this season. A 9.67 at the Surf Ranch, 9.63 at Margaret River. Only needs a 7.67 in this moment with priority.
I can't feel my arms.
Well, we knew there'd be pressure at these events, but I think it's for everybody involved, from the fans on the beach. There's nothing like this day, the biggest day in pro surfing.
Here it is, the opportunity.
Carissa commits to this wave, needs a 7.67. World number 1, 5-time world champ, trying to save herself here. Connects, has to bottom turn aggressively to get a 2-turn combo. And her body language there, she's just saying, come on.
wow, I mean, I don't think it's enough. I mean, we already can look at a 7.6 at Caroline's wave, and it just doesn't feel like that's going to be enough.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Peter. It was just that little bit of disruption as there was that reverb on the face of that wave in the second turn.
We've seen two-turn combos fetch big numbers. It's a sizable set wave, but it was a bit disjointed. And the first turn solid. I was like, okay, here we go. We're going to see it for now. That's it. But then it shuts down. She does get up in there, but yeah, come on. Yeah, she knows how important this is.
Carissa Moore putting her hands up, hoping that it is close to the number, chasing a 7.67 on a two-turn combo.
I mean, again, at this point, the judges have the ability to look at already numbers that have been produced in this, and that 7.6, a little smaller wave, but it was those three-turn combo where she was able to just click it, and this one, 2 maneuvers. So we'll see. It could be.
And it just looks like a harder line for Carissa on the wave she's chosen, almost uphill at times, like almost trying to force some big sections, where Caroline's had a true line and attacking the lip. And I think the advantage of being a goofy foot, being able to chuck it when she doesn't have a real hollow section to work with. Judges have been really enjoying that approach as we're down to 15 seconds. Still waiting on last to Carissa Moore. Numbers are coming in now. She's chasing a 7.67, and it's not enough. As we're into the countdown, it's official. Caroline Marks is your 2023 World Champion.
Unbelievable. Oh, can you imagine what that feeling is for Caroline Marks at this moment, as well as for Carissa Moore? Oh, man.
What a special day for the surfer from Florida that always called Carissa Moore her hero. Having to take a break last year from competitive surfing for personal reasons and coming back stronger than ever, straight into a world title showdown and officially your world champion.
I'm incredibly proud of her. I mean, Caroline Marks, unbelievable. Congratulations. Congratulations to Carissa Moore too. She's unbelievable. She's such a champion. But Caroline Marks, are you kidding me? Her first full title,
yeah.
21?
Yeah, no, it's super cool. And you know what? Earned it, hands down. I mean, she surfed exceptional. Everyone that wasn't gifted, she was in rhythm. She made it happen. She surfed well. She had critical sections that she made, and she earned it. She's got a world title. Unbelievable.
Oh, wow. What a big day for Caroline Marks, for Florida, for San Clemente, her new hometown, for the goofy footers out there. And that had to make Chelsea Georgeson incredibly proud. That was the last Goofy Foot champ at the time. We got a new one this year, Caroline Marks, and also bringing a title back to USA. Been a long time since we've seen that happen.
Just an absolute unbelievable human and beautiful ambassador of our sport.
Well, and how about this? Caroline Marks just wins her first world title.
Talking to Mike Parsons earlier this week, he was really rooting for Caroline. They kind of sharing duties with Luke Egan over the years. And talking to Luke, he said, hey, this gets him going these days. He's like, I've been around this game for a long time. But he said there's something about working with someone with potential to win a world title that still gets him going. What a great moment for the entire crew as we send it to Waz.
Yeah! Unbelievable. The Grom just won the world title! Woo! Came from behind, crushed it all the way through, just seamless on the backhand. You just took down the Rip Curl WSL Finals. You are our 2023 WSL Women's World Champ!
Woo! Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I'm just like, this whole week's been magical, and everyone from Florida and San Clemente has been supporting me, and I just like can't believe it. I'm held out for the Goofy Footers.
Woo! Up for the Goofies! Go Mayhem!
Oh, woo! Yeah, thank you, Matt. The boards are really good. I really like them. Wow.
I just want to say congratulations. That was some beautiful work. 21 years old, world champion. You battled back into it, and you came all the way from behind to win it. You know what? Congratulations. It's going to be a huge moment for you. How are you feeling? I mean, you must feel amazing.
Yeah, thank you. There's definitely going to be a massive party after this. And everyone's invited. No, but for real, like, thank you to everyone that supports me. Like, all this wouldn't be possible without everyone. My family, like, wow, my family, they're everything to me. And I'm just, like, the fact that they're all here just, like, makes me just, like, this is, like, the biggest dream ever. Like, I mean, it's, like, my second home. I can't believe it. I'm so stoked. I don't even know what to say. Like,
well, congratulations, the WSL Women's World Champion. You did it. You got one. You've joined up with some amazing people, amazing world champions, and you know what? There's more to come. Let's go! Woo! I'll give you a ride. I'll give you a victory lap, yeah?
Celebrations are beginning for Caroline Marks, her entire family, all of San Clemente, all of Florida, and all of USA, winning her title for the first time in a wild, pressure-filled format over one of the best ever in Carissa Moore, a 14.6 combined total in match heat number 2. And she'll enjoy this ride on the Red Bull ski and really try to soak in this really special moment.
It is such a special moment. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see the embrace from her family. Her mom, Sarah, her dad, Darren on the beach, all the brothers on the beach, and the sisters. It's just going to be like that first hug for the family, I think, is going to be a special one.
Let's now celebrate our world champion, Caroline Marks. Her goofy foot from Florida, Caroline Marks. Backhand looking really, really lethal in these big critical sections.
Caroline Marks, rock solid start to finish. She's so confident.
Oh, how was that carve right there?
Great wave from Caroline, and way to just hold it all together.
Caroline Marks, your runner-up.
Looking unstoppable right now on her backhand. It's official, she's going off. Caroline Marks getting the victory. Surf City, El Salvador Pro.
I'm really motivated. I feel like I put the work in, so I'm just like, let's do this.
As we look through the tube with Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks, she lays one down off the top. The goofy foot gets the completion.
To see her come back is a really beautiful thing to watch.
TD Pro champion of the women's final, Caroline Marks.
Let's hear it for Caroline Marks.
She's been in San Clemente for a long time. Lowers has given her so much love.
Look at that carve on the backhand.
Caroline's on fire.
Caroline Marks is your 2023 World Surf League champion. Caroline Marks is on top of the world. The 21-year-old has just won her first world title, winning it in back-to-back heats in the title match against Carissa Moore, and the goofy foot couldn't be more proud. Celebrating with her entire family. Looks like her brother's on the chair. They are the good luck charms. Anytime they're around at events internationally, she wins. So I think next year the plan would be to take them everywhere. She is unstoppable when she's with her family. What a moment for the 21-year-old winning her very first world title. More action to come. Another title match, number 2, about to get started with Felipe Toledo and Ethan Ewing. Toledo won the first, so Ethan Ewing now in a must-win situation. Best 2 out of 3. Joe Turpel with some lowers. Champions. Richie Lovett winning back in 2003 and welcoming into the booth for the first time. 3-time world champ, 2-time lowers champ Mick Fanning. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers, Joe. How are you, mate?
God, so excited. Can't wait to get things started with Felipe versus Ethan Ewing. It doesn't get any better than this, especially the way Ethan's comeback has been going. We can just kind of forget about that now. He doesn't look injured at all, and looks like he's going to be ready to try to challenge Felipe in match number 2.
Yeah, I think we forgot about it the first day we saw Ethan surf out here at Lowers. He's been building all this week, looking incredible, and he's in such a good mind space right now. He's happy, he's having fun, and the surfing has been incredible. Like himself, Griffin, Philippe, it's the day of days. It's been incredible. Not to take anything away from the girls. Congratulations, Caroline Marks. What a legend. Carissa Moore, another incredible year. But Lowers, big hacks. Love it.
How good is this? I mean, these are the days where surfing truly wins, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I said in the last heat, this is, professional surfing at its absolute best. We're seeing the peak of these surfers just going at it. The performances have been absolutely incredible. We're seeing excellent scores. The waves have shown up. I just feel like everything's fallen into place today. And I'm guilty. I thought Carissa was actually going to win the world title coming into this event, but Caroline just proved us wrong. Stole it from her.
Let's feel some of that world champion energy. Caroline Marks is with AJ McCord.
We are here with Caroline Marks. It is so loud here on the beach. I can hardly hear you guys because Caroline Marks is the 2023 Women's World Surf League champ. Lisa Anderson, the last woman from Florida to win it. She won it first in 1994, didn't give it up till 1997. What does it mean to you to carry on that legacy?
Wow, yeah, it's just so inspiring to have my name up on that list. And this has just like been a goal of mine since I started. I mean, it's, yeah, world champion, like it's crazy. And I've, went through a weird one last year and I was like doubting myself and yeah, this feels so good. I don't even know what to say. I've been so emotional this year. I'm really emotional. I don't know, so this feels like a lot of emotion.
What are the emotions that are coursing through you? Give us the list.
Oh my God. I'm just super happy, obviously, and I don't know, I'm feeling really grateful. I was like, wow, no matter what happens today, I have amazing people supporting me and amazing sponsors, and it's just now I just was kept having fun all day, and I feel like that's when I do my best, and I was just in the flow today, and yeah, big up to Carissa. She's been a massive inspiration to me, growing up my whole life. And so I just, yeah, she's had a stellar year. And, it was just a dream of mine to kind of be in the final with her and take it from her, but I just want to give a big props to her.
Caroline, so many things you had to do today just to make it to that title match against Carissa. How did you find your rhythm and keep your momentum all day long?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just kind of had a great board, and I have a lot of good family and friends here, and I really feel the support, and that really goes a long way. And so I just was in my flow today, and just had a special day with the ocean, and so wow, it feels so good. Oh my gosh.
A special day indeed. We'll let you go celebrate. Congratulations, Caroline.
Thank you. Woo, thank you.
What a special day for Caroline Marks here on September 9th, Saturday afternoon, as she becomes a world champion. Her brother's there to celebrate every single moment with her, to pick her up when she's down, and now she is on top of the world. She's going to ride this for the rest of the offseason. Taking out Carissa Moore as well. Number 3 seed, so remember, she had to get through Tyler Wright before she got to Carissa today.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy road, and I think she kind of nailed it in that interview. She was in a perfect flow state with the ocean. She seemed to be picking the best waves in her heats and really just capitalizing on those opportunities when they came. And just showing something new on the backhand, just getting super square off the bottom and just attacking that lip.
It's interesting. Sometimes it's just a break that puts you in motion. I'm thinking about yourself, Mick, just a break before your first world title, to just know how much you want to build that fire. And so cool to see Caroline come back from sitting on the sidelines to where she's standing today. So impressed.
Oh, it's so incredible. I've been coming over to California the last couple of years and seeing Caroline and running into her, surfing with her a fair bit. And that fire's always been there. She just had to adjust a couple of little things in life, and yeah, look where she is now, top of the world.
Felipe Toledo with a chance to go back-to-back with his world titles. He won the first battle, and we were talking about 8s and 9s throughout that entire matchup. For someone like Ethan Ewing, who got a loss in a heat that he probably would have celebrated when you look at his combined heat total, what does he need to change, if anything, coming into match number 2, Rich?
Well, he's going to have to do everything he's been doing today and just a little bit more, and I think I highlighted it in that first heat with these guys, is that, you know, the judges have seen Ethan do that maneuver so many times with precision, and he keeps adjusting it, but Felipe came in with a totally unique bag of tricks, a lot of variety, and perhaps he just needs to tap into some of the other maneuvers in his repertoire. He's got the airs, we know he can do it, so he might need to bring that on.
Yeah, I've been sitting with Eth all day, and we weren't really worried about the airs. You know, his turns are so big. You know, coming in from that heat, the only thing we sort of really talked about is, you know, maybe tweak out that first 10 a little bit different, show him something a little different, as Rich said. And then I think the finishes, if you got a cleaner finish on those last couple of waves, could have been flip scores. So, you know, he doesn't have to change much. It's just little things here and there go your way.
Yeah, there was a few waves where he went through and got all the points, and he was late on that final turn, wasn't he, on 2 or 3 of them? And that's maybe just a rhythm of the wave and how they panned out.
Felipe Toledo winning a title last year in his 3rd straight appearance here in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Back-to-back years coming in as the #1 seed. Focusing on this year, Mick, you know, what's impressed you about Toledo?
He's just, I don't know, like seeing Felipe from afar and, you know, getting into the competitors area, it doesn't matter what sort of mindset he's in walking into the competitors area. He just clicks on as soon as he puts that jersey on. He turns into this beast, and he's just always just so on point. Like, what he's doing in his warm-ups or his preparation, it sets him up perfectly just for this final day, just to be on point. Like, that first turn in that first heat, like, that was out of this world.
So committed, huh?
Yeah, and it's like, how do you sit around all day and then go and do that?
I think he's just got incredible confidence in his own ability, you know, where some guys may be like, oh, you know, I've got my turn that I can go to. He's got so many turns that he can go to that he's confident in executing. But I was going to ask you, Mick, how hard is it to back up once you've got that world title? He seems so focused, almost more focused in year 2.
Yeah, look, I think what he learned in that first year against Gabe and how close he was, like, he was a turn away from winning a world title. And, you know, he came in last year and he was another level above everyone. This year he's like, you know, I have to fight a little bit more. He's had some great finals with Ethan, some great finals with Griffin and Jack, and I think that's sort of like, well, I'm not letting these young guys show me up anymore. I'm going to go out there and just throw it all out there, and I'll show you why I'm world champion.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at these two in the water together. One of my favorite performances of Toledo this year was at Jeffreys Bay, where he wasn't even surfing in between heats, you know, managing some injuries, but he was lights out every time he hit the water, but he was being even more efficient, which I've noticed in the latter part of Felipe's career. In the more recent years, he's not taking unnecessary waves. He knows how to read a lineup, and he knows how to close competitors out really efficiently, Rich.
Yeah. It's, you know, conserving that time and the moment, and really exploding when he needs to. But these guys being a little bit selective at the start of this one, and rightly so. You know, and Felipe has that ability too. You know, we've talked about it time and time again. He can turn a 7 into an 8 or a 9, and an 8 up to a 9.5, you know, or even a 10. It's, you know, and I feel like Ethan kind of has that ability as well, but Felipe just does it so well.
Yeah. Back to that point of, you know, Felipe just sharpening up his game. I think it's maturity.
Yeah.
You know, he's not having these big highs and lows in his emotions or anything like that. He's figured out his game plan each and every day, and yeah, he's got every trick in the book. Like, any section, you're like, oh, what's he going to do here? You don't know if he's going to do a big layback, giant air, or you know, a carve just to send spray to the heavens. But it's just, yeah, he's so confident and he's so dialed into his equipment. It's so cool to watch. Yeah, what a day that.
It's pretty emotional watching surfing like this. The amount of grunts that Rich has been letting go.
I know, sorry. I've been letting them
No,
fly.
keep going. I mean, I feel it.
Can't help it.
It's the sound of that rail work.
It's like he's back in Bali with Bali Belly.
From Toledo and Ewing. As we look at almost an opener, Ewing taking a look, holding back, so priority still wide open. As we think about the idea of going back-to-back, we haven't seen that since John did it from 2016 to 2017, winning in back-to-back seasons. Felipe trying to keep the domination with the Brazilian Storm, as we've been just living through that era since Medina won in 2014. De Souza carried the torch in 2015. John was the only one to break it up. Medina now with 3 titles. Italo got the one in 2019, so Brazilian domination for sure. And hey, Mick, there's your name a few times.
Back in the 1900s.
Not even, but I guess you could speak to the challenge also of going back-to-back with titles and how tough that was, especially after your first, when you finally accomplished that opening goal and seeing the headspace of Toledo. You don't see that happen every world title defense.
Yeah, look, in my case, I was just exhausted. I put so much into 2007. It wasn't just a year-long thing. That was an 18-month build-up. And I got to the end of it, I was like, I'm done. Like, someone asked me, like, can you go back-to-back? I was like, I don't care if I don't win another one. I was done. Yeah, look, I think that's the beauty of the tour now, where they get a big break. You know, you can go and party for a couple of months and then still get ready for Hawaii.
Yeah.
So, get a little bit fatter. Might help with some rail turns out at Sunset, but yeah, I feel like the downtime that they get now really sort of allows them to go and celebrate that world title, go and see all the fans, go and do all the media, and then they've still got enough time to get back with their family, friends, and then reset.
It's really cool seeing this time for Felipe. His brothers on hand. A funny thing, both these guys have talented surfing families. Both brothers are goofy foots, actually. Seen Ethan's bro at certain events like G-Land, Curtis, I think growing his family, watching this one from over in Bali. Mateus Toledo used to compete with guys like Miguel Pupo back in a lot of the big events in Brazil. Famously, we know Ricardinho, a multiple-time Brazilian champ, and I think maybe one of the most emotional moments we had this year was Ethan Ewing putting his name next to his mom's name on that Bell's Trophy Ridge.
Oh, that was just an incredible moment, and I was lucky. We were lucky enough to be in the booth for that one, and it was just, you couldn't help but shed a tear. You know, that was just such a special moment for him, and paying tribute to his mom. With a huge hiatus between her win and his win, and just a fight for Ethan to get there too. You know, he came onto the tour. Everyone had such high expectations around him, and he just sort of stumbled, just didn't have his confidence, didn't really have his groove, and then to fight back, come back, settle back into the tour, and now he's like clearly a world title campaigner. Great to see, and he's really flying the flag for Australia along with Jack Robinson.
When he won the bell, you wonder where that's going to go. In such an emotional moment, maybe for the fans. And when Ethan spoke, you could tell he was fulfilling his destiny. He had the belief that he'd be there one day, and he's really carried that all season and kind of broke the mold of he had to do well in a point break. I mean, especially when he finaled in Saquarema, he looked incredible in that challenging beach break setup.
Yeah, I think, going back to Ethan's first year, Parker and myself tried to take him under a wing. He was so young when he got on tour. He sort of just wasn't there in his normal peer group, and sort of, I don't know if he felt like he deserved to be there. And then just in the last couple of years, battling with Griffin and Seth and Jack, and I feel like he's like, all right, this is my peer group. These are the guys that I want to surf with, but I want to beat also. And seeing them get wins and leapfrog each other in all these different places, that's what's been elevating these guys to the wins, and second and third in the world coming into the ratings. And he's so much more confident, even from last year to this year. Like last year it was nervous and lots of doubts, and asking him like, do you believe you should be here? And he's like, yeah. But this year it's like, no, I'm here.
There's conviction behind the answer now, isn't there?
And you see that in the surfing. You see it. There's old Durbo from Stratty. Good to see you. yeah, he believes that he's got the surfing to do it, and he trusts his surfing.
Ethan Ewing has a tractor that he drives around, Stratty. Gets a cup of coffee, picks up his mates. Really cool part of the world. Shout out to Holtzy and the crew that are watching this big heat go down. What a cool surfing community. We've got some great waves around there. Really proud to represent that part of Australia's Ethan Ewing. And they'd be up early watching. It's early in the morning there in Australia. It's in the evening in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Ubatuba, where Felipe began his surfing journey. Qualified so young. Back in 2013 as a rookie. He was still 16 when he was on the QS. He was a lot lighter, really skinny, and kind of the main talk would be about huge airs that he'd throw down, even to 10s at certain venues. And he worked out the whole system in 2015 when he got his first CT victory at Snapper Rocks and kicked off the year world #1. As we see the battle continue to kick off this heat. This has been a theme in our last 2 matchups, Richie.
Yeah, a little slow in the afternoon here. And, well, the boys are looking for a special kind of wave. They're not just going to take off on anything. And I really think the first exchange is going to be an important one in this matchup. It'll set the tone. And Ethan in particular, he knows he's got to open strong against Felipe.
Felipe Toledo started off really well. Quarterfinal at Pipe, right into a win at Sunset Beach. First win for Toledo on the North Shore of Oahu, and had a solid showing throughout the rest of the season, winning in El Salvador, and maybe my favorite win for Felipe this year, J Bay, South Africa, clinched the #1 seed once again. And I was curious about how much time he'd be putting into the lineup. He kind of surfed around different areas in San Clemente. He's kind of famous for doing that. He'll kind of be in the shadows a little bit, and then finally started surfing out at Lowers and showing everybody what he's been working on. He doesn't mind kind of hiding away to work on a few different things without the whole world watching him. I think he does that really well, Mick.
He does, yeah. Like, I've been here for 3 weeks, and I've seen him surf here once. But he does that. But I've seen him down T Street a lot, trying out different boards, and just doing him. He's got some, I think, hit Salt Creek and stuff like that, and just sort of. Yeah, he's surfing where no one else is, and that's just the beauty. That's the confidence in his surfing.
Well, going to the thruster this year too, Mick, as opposed to the quad last year. We saw him ride that a lot. He was on that Dark Arts board with the quad setup. This year going for the traditional thruster setup. Looks like we might have a little bit of a set approaching if we're going to get underway here.
Remember, 35 minute heats. We're down to 21:53 on the clock. They're going to have to duck this one. So after just trying to stay in position, this one completely takes him by surprise. There's one behind it as well.
So just a little out of position. These guys just trying to make their way back out to the peak. This hurricane swell has been delivering all day.
And now potentially getting started, and no takers there. And more time ticking away off the clock. Mick, is anyone going to be favored with less time and no scores?
They're both so clutch. Ethan was notorious in his early years on tour for not catching waves. Start with a 9 and not catch another one. And then Felipe, you've seen Felipe, he just converts, especially what he did at J-Bay. It was a lull and he's still getting 9-point rides.
It's amazing looking at the season for Felipe, seeing how comfy that he is right now, but it wasn't always that comfortable. Remember back at Winky Pop, he got the win over Jackson Baker, but you could tell he felt a bit frustrated, wanted bigger scores, felt like he was doing a lot of work to try to get big numbers. And sometimes when a number didn't fall in the excellent range, I think he was almost a little bit confused to kick off the year.
Yeah, and I think that happens in the course of your career. There are moments where you feel like you've got to work harder than you actually need to get the scores, and obviously at the start of this year, Felipe was coming in hot as the world champ and thinking that he was, deserving of some bigger scores. But I watched the heat and I saw, what went down, and I feel like it was just the wave height, back then. He was surfing incredible, but just the wave was a little smaller. But, what you can't deny is just how well he surfs each and every wave.
Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar. This one's keeping us on our toes. We've already had 15 minutes waiting for the first ride, Kipes.
Yeah, and, at this point, Joe, I mean, Mitch could probably speak to this too. It turns into almost, you know, like a U.S. championships that we see out here. Now it's a 20-minute heat, and at a 20-minute heat, really, Mitchell, I feel the person that's with the first strike with a big number usually wins these short heats.
Absolutely, and I think to answer the question that Joe asked earlier, I would give the advantage to Felipe in that situation. He mentioned that Jeffreys Bay was his biggest win, or the most impressive win so far in the regular season. I'd have to say it was Sunset Beach. He actually lost the opening exchange to Griffin Colapinto right there, was able to get the victory from behind, and I just feel like this has been the most consistent season of the year so far. But Ethan Ewing has been stellar and nothing short of impressive here. And an emotional journey to this event too, Kaipo. It's been really impressive to see so far, but he has a tough task with just under 20 minutes to go now.
Well, Mitch, we talked about endurance and fatigue also for Ethan Ewing, having to surf his way into this title match. And so we'll see if that's going to be a factor with Ethan Ewing. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, and you got to think that Felipe, being a local boy now too, knows his wave better than anybody else. He can select a wave, and especially an insider, do a couple of progressive maneuvers and get something in the excellent range or even better. What I feel that Ethan Ewing needs to do right now is win the opening exchange. You do that, you're able to get a better score than your opponent, which he did in the first match. I think he's got the big advantage right there, Kaipo. Mental fortitude.
Tricky stuff with open priority still.
Yep. And still plenty of time, though, 18 minutes, 30 seconds. We saw with Carissa and Caroline in the previous match. I feel like 15 minutes is plenty of time for two waves.
It's a nail biter, Joe.
I love it, Kaipo. Thank you so much, Mitchell, as well, for the breakdown. 18:15 on the clock. Let's just continue that conversation here on the desk. You know, transitioning with heat strategy at this stage, Mick. What are you thinking?
Yeah, look, Ethan hasn't fallen off all day, and so I'm not too worried about him, you know, when the wave delivers. I've seen him, you know, time and time again sit 15, 20 minutes and then come out and just be as tack sharp as he was if he caught 100 waves. So yeah, he's in a really good place right now. And then Philippe's, yeah, as I said, you can never read him. You can't.
No, well, I mean, he's almost guaranteed to deliver. You know? But at this point, I think these guys have got to stay patient. There's no point starting to scrap around trying to get a 5 or a 6. You know, it's eventually these sets are going to turn up, and we'll probably see a flurry of you know, 17 minutes of consistency. Well, let's hope so.
Yeah, Rich, you were so good at adapting on your win, identifying the lowers left, got yourself on the best waves in the victory over Taj Burrow. And now we see the numbers just quintuple on the beach for a world title showdown. Lots changed since then. Prize money's changed as well. $200,000 for the winner of this heat, this match.
Pretty good, isn't it?
To be a world champ. Guaranteed at least $100K for finishing runner-up in the world.
Yeah, well, the Aussie dollar conversion's pretty healthy at the moment too. So that'll be about 350 grand Aussie dollars.
One of the coolest stories of the Brazilian Storm is the fans they bring with them. But there's actually a lot of Brazilians that live in town in San Clemente.
How cool was that? I love the moment where Griffin and Ethan paddled out. The crowd up there was so vocal and it was so cool. They just went absolutely nuts. And I even asked Griffin, I was like, how did you block everyone out? Like, for me personally, I would have melted. And he was just like, I don't know, I just felt it. I felt it all week, and I just didn't feel like a flinch. I was just like, I'm on point, I'm going for it. But it was so cool just to see everyone just come down and support. And, you know, we see a lot with the Brazilian Storm and the Brazilian fans. It was really cool to see other countries get really vocal and get right behind their surfers.
It's cool, and you see for a surfer like Toledo, that's always worked for him. You think if he had a ton of events in Brazil, he would be cleaning up the World Title Showdown pretty early, or at least the #1 seed, where he became the King of Rio, where he realized when he's at home, that brings out the best in his surfing. But that's not always the case. As we now check out what happened here, Toledo did roll in, so that's a .37 priority with Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, it just got caught up there. It was a late takeoff, and you know, I think you know, 99 times out of 100, you would have seen Felipe pop out the front of that foam and just get going on the wave, but something happened. He just got held up a little bit, so advantage here to Ethan Ewing, and a great opportunity here with priority. He's going to be able to pick a good wave.
That infamous seaweed monster out there just grabbed him. But
that might free him up without priority. He's one of the most dangerous on tour. Toledo now, springy little foam climb. Sets that rail, full roundhouse with the rebound. Back out in the open face for a big hook. He's got a cool little inside track. Loves the punt. Tail whip reverse and pulls it to get things started.
That's what he does. Just making something out of nothing. And right now, he's probably going through his head, just giving himself a score, thinking about what he just did. And he'll compare that to what the judges will drop. But had a nice pace to it, that wave. Nothing too crazy. I mean, that final maneuver was really nice. You can see just gliding into it here. Comes around this first section, little foam climb. And then the big wrapping roundhouse gets nice and high on the rebound. Out on the open face again. A carve, and right here, we knew his intention. It was always going to go to the air. And a funky little 360 rotation there.
That would have been anyone's highlight on Instagram. And he's just like, yeah, I'll throw this one away.
Well, any big points from you, Mick, on this race?
To me, it looked like he was just getting the legs moving. They've been sitting for a long time. The nerves. This is a point where, you know, he's one up, and so a lot of emotion builds up. A lot of you don't want it to creep in, but you tense up. That yellow jersey, that 1+ up, gets a little bit heavier. But yeah, I think it was just to sort of just clear out the cobwebs and just get back in rhythm.
I think it was just quite brilliant the way he made that little mistake at the start and had that kind of fall, and then tightened it straight back up and just, you know, instantly put pressure on Ethan. It's not a huge score by any means, but he has a ride, so he's got something to build on.
Yeah, I also too, if a set comes and he's back in the lineup, he's got 2 waves V1.
Yep.
So, you know, it's always nice to be out in front when it starts coming down to those final minutes. Yeah, the pressure builds up, but the way these guys are surfing right now, yeah, I doubt this 5's even going to play.
Look out.
Felipe setting up to the left now. Free to roam under priority. Coming off a 5.17. Looks like he wants to ramp up on the left. Throws just a quiet little reverse. Really didn't want to land that. He just threw that one away. He was hoping for a different type of section. But Felipe on the lowers left. That guy's celebrating because he remembers highlights when this event was a regular season event, which he won. He did one of the biggest backside airs I think I've ever seen on the left here.
I remember that.
You remember that? Yeah, sky high, inverted, maybe as radical as it gets. It just almost felt like he was kind of ahead of the time of just progression and what you could do on the left here as we take another look, Rich.
Yeah, never really got the rhythm going on this one, and you can see all these ribs coming down the face of the wave. You had to pick a high line there, and like as soon as he got to that section, it was like, okay, it's done, let's get out of here.
So Felipe Toledo, 5.17 and a 1.77, has 11 minutes and 45 seconds to shut this one down and become a back-to-back world champion. But let's see if Ethan Ewing can make a comeback and force the third and deciding matchup. We'll be right back. Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo in match number 1. It was unbelievable to watch. One of the best showdowns we've had in 2023. Peaking on the biggest day for pro surfing in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Big combinations from both these athletes. Big 8s, and Felipe got into the 9s. That was the difference. Both were stellar. Both had 17+ totals. A completely different story here in match number 2. Wave Star to kick it off. But here's Felipe Toledo. in motion. So cool on that wrapping cutback. How connected he is. Such a sharp blade on that wrapping cutback. No mistakes through that carving work. Has that sneaky ability to be one of the most powerful athletes on tour. Let's have another look here to see what he accomplished, Mick.
Yeah, it was sort of, Ethan had a look at it and then pulled back, but it had like a lot of ribs in the face, but Philippe just goes through them with sharp knives. It was a solid wave. In the context of where the heat is at right now with 9 minutes, like it might not be the biggest score on you know, of the day, but it's a solid backup. Now he's you know, into the 11-point range, and Ethan's going to need 2 waves.
As we see him shut it down, so looking to get another score with his 5.17.
It's a hard section to navigate that final turn with all the foam on it as well.
Ethan Ewing has to get started. He loves that controlled carve to tail release. Controls it on the second one and hops out. I love the different variety that he puts on those carves. Ones where he just lets go of all of his speed, and some where he keeps it into a second maneuver and a combination. It feels like he can just be really spontaneous with that decision.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what he's done to it. You know, it's so much power and committed. It's a rail turn, rail carve at its absolute best, and then he does this funky little tail release at the end of it and spices it up. It's just, it's like I said before, it's a new style of surfing. It's progressive power surfing, and I love it. It's the, you know, it's the type of surfing that I would love to watch all day long.
What'd you see here, Mick?
Yeah, look, it was nice. He sort of knows he has to get going, and you know, I would have loved to have seen him finish this way.
Yeah,
to be
I
honest.
agree.
Just to put a score on the board.
Well, it would have matched Felipe's 5.17.
Exactly, and then you only need 1 score. But look, he, as you say, you've got so much variety and so much different torque and everything in that board, especially in all through the different carves. It's so incredible to watch. It was so cool seeing the different surfing. The one exchange in that first heat between Philippe got the first one, did the one big hack and then the big air, and then Ethan do his power hack. So I was just like, that's the greatest exchange I've ever seen. It was loony.
And they're almost the same score. I mean, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon that was one of the best heats I've ever had the pleasure of calling in my whole life. So it was, you know.
It called itself.
Well, it did. It really did. It was just amazing to watch.
Last score for Toledo, 7.5. Now has put Ewing in a combination, 12-6-7. Not a dramatic combo, but with 7 minutes on the clock at lowers. Got to really think about time management. Ethan surfing with you a lot, Mick, and also working with a local legend named Mike Parsons. And Mike was telling me in the last 7 days, it's been, you know, a couple surfs a day, not trying to over surf, trying to make sure he felt great, and definitely got himself to 100% at the right time. And we saw that as soon as he hit the lineup earlier this morning.
Yeah, I think we're all sort of in the unknown of like where the injury was at, how much he can take, how long it would take him to get back. And within the first surf, he found his timing. He was like coming in, oh, my timing's not right, my timing's not right. And we're like, me and Snips are looking at each other
Looks
going,
pretty good.
You're on point, bro. Give yourself a bit of a breather. But then he just started getting better and better and better as the week went on. And then they had that practice heat, and it was like, all right, now he's on. He did a 2-term combo, and that was just absolutely out of this world. And then I was like, all right, that's the level of, he's going to peak. Then I surfed with him the very next morning, the day they had off, and he looked sharper again. I was just like, how many more gears have you got? And then he's gone and done what he's done today. Like, it's been phenomenal.
Mate, I got to say, there was a 2-term combo that you dropped on your gram about a week ago that looked pretty sick out here as well, man.
Trick photography, bro.
Come on.
5:30 to go. Important moment for Ethan Ewing. Trying to force a third matchup. Flowing down the line. Snaps over the roof. Out in front. Fin ditch on that one. Let's see him finish this one out. Ewing stays on his feet and looks like he's feeling a crease on his board. Throwing the wrap in the pocket is Toledo. One of the fastest guys on the planet is going to shut this one down again.
There it is.
Letting out the roar, looking at his family on the beach. His wife's there, saw his dad. I think every Toledo came from Ubatuba, but they've been living in San Clemente for a while as well. And Ewing already ready for the board change on the back of the Red Bull ski with 4:50 to go. That's a tough situation to have when you're chasing a big total. And now you got to deal with a board change.
And with, you know, just under 5 minutes to go, so Ethan's going to have to make his way right over to the left. One of his pit crew is going to have to get a board down there, and he's going to have to switch it over and get straight back out there. But we'll get another look at Felipe's wave. There's Snips right there.
That's right, Mike Parsons with the backup board quickly. He'll get right back to the Red Bull ski and see if he can pull off a miracle with 4:19 on the clock.
Yeah, it was a great exchange. I mean, Ethan's wave was really nice. He was kind of, it was a bit different than all the other waves that we've seen so far. He came from behind in a lot of the maneuvers here. So watch this first turn, projects up and over this foam section, starts to accelerate, comes from behind. Drifting snap, and again, sort of a tail drift snap, getting the fins free, and then a third one. So I think it was perhaps on that last one, or second to last one, is where that board's maybe buckled.
There.
So much torque in between the 2 feet there. It's a real pressure point.
Look at the size of the kid.
Yeah, he's got some thighs on him.
Are you kidding me?
That was radical. Yeah, trying to pick the turn that actually caused the crease. And there could have been a little quiet buckle in it from a heat before.
Right there, you could see the flex. Yeah. You could see the board flex there. And, you know, at this level, these guys can feel it go underneath their feet. And really, you know, if he tried to ride this board and just forget about it, there's every chance that on his first bottom turn, the thing would just break in half.
And while Ewing was changing out his board, Felipe did this, Mick.
Yeah, look. This turn here, he's like, look at that.
Stabs it.
So much torque in those. Like, he just whips it so hard. He's got this rotation that's...
The change of direction is so acute here. Just jams it right there. Just laying that back arm into it. That's allowing him to pivot so tightly. And then straight back up into the lip again. A lot of expression and flair, too, in the upper body.
The best of variety on tour, by far, especially what he can do above the lip, changing gears with his carves as well in the open face. As Toledo's waiting for a score that should improve on his 5.17. Last of Ethan Ewing on the board crease, a 7.67 to get into the mix here.
That score is like, that's a really good confidence booster. Yeah, it's like different style of surfing. You know, it looks like he's going to outpoint Felipe under priority.
And I suppose your point before, Mick, of finishing his other wave. You know, now needing a 5. The wave he didn't finish before he kicked out of was the 4.7.
Yeah.
You don't really want to look back on moments like that.
Nah, we don't. But, you know, we're just hoping there's another wave coming 2 minutes and we're going to a third heat.
Scores coming through now for Toledo. He'll stretch out that requirement a touch. 6.77 from the panel. Ewing without priority needs a 6.60.
Well, doable. So doable. He's been dropping those scores all day. At this point, minute 30, we need a multiple wave set to come through. And Ethan's going to have to try and coach Felipe into one of the first or second waves and just hope that there's a good canvas behind it. But we're potentially minute 20 away from crowning Felipe the world champion.
Come on, Ocean. Come on, Ocean.
One more exchange, please. We'd love to have it go to a third deciding heat just for surf fans down here on the beach and all over the globe. These two have been unstoppable today. Ewing against all odds just to be here from fracturing his L3 and L4 in Tahiti. He's up now. Quick whip there, under priority. Deep on that one, he's getting out underneath the whitewater. Ewing still chasing a 6.6, and the Brazilians are starting to celebrate. They're actually almost in the lineup.
They're all going to block him.
Wow. 30 seconds to go, and Toledo is looking like he's going to just be all over Ewing in a smart way with priority to play some good defense here.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll close this one out, but you can't deny that, you know, Felipe, he has been the form surfer of the entire year. He's been brilliant from start to finish. You know, he's had the wins, and it looks like he's going to be crowned world champion again.
In back-to-back seasons, Felipe Toledo is your world champion. World number 1. completing his year from start to finish. Lights out in the first heat with Ethan Ewing, turning in some of the best performance surfing we've seen all year, and just such a well-deserved champion in back-to-back years. This is the era of Felipe Toledo. The title stays in Brazil, and hats off to Ethan Ewing. Against all odds just to be here, turns in his best year to date. So impressed, Mick.
So impressed. Felipe Toledo, he's phenomenal. He's so sharp, so good. He deserves this. You know, he's been on point all year, and you know, when under the brightest lights, that's when he shines, and it's incredible. Ethan, on the other hand, you know, last year was a bit sad that he didn't get to perform, and then this year, today, he's just taken himself to a whole new level. He's the surfing that he's done, you know, to come back from injury where we didn't even think he was going to surf, and then put on the performance of his career. It was so awesome.
Felipe Toledo entering a really special class of legends. Now a two-time world champ, doing it in back-to-back seasons, and it's crazy how quickly you can play catch-up. Now, you know, one more and he's tied with Medina and Mick Fanning and Andy Irons and Tom Curran. He's just right there. It's really impressed how quickly he put himself among those big names.
Well, we knew it was going to happen, right? We never thought he was just going to be a one-hit wonder. Felipe was always going to get multiple world titles. You know, when you look at where the finals are here at Lowers, there's probably not a wave more suited to a surfer on the planet. This is just tailor-made for his style of surfing. And, well, he's really, you know, thrown down the gauntlet. Who's going to beat him now?
I suppose it was probably really significant for Toledo this year, Mick, that John Florence and Gabriel Medina surfed complete years, you know, especially compared to last season. Now it's like, hey, without a shadow of a doubt, you had the world champions there from start to finish, and you went back-to-back again.
Yeah, that's such a huge confidence booster. You know, there's always that chat room. You never want to believe into it or read into it, but it's always there. And now he's done it. There's no asterisks. There's no, oh, okay, this guy wasn't here, this guy wasn't there, he wasn't fit or whatever. He did it with everyone on tour, and he was incredible.
The undisputed world champion Felipe Toledo, in his home in San Clemente, originally from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil, made the move a long time ago, and being able to win now on his home break in back-to-back years.
So cool.
That's right, final minute. Scene there for Toledo. The Columbus Marcio shooting.
I just started crying.
Hard to not get caught up in the emotion of it, really.
Oh, there's so much that goes on behind the scenes, and like only the family or the inner circle knows. And then to see it all come together and see all that emotion come out, like people would just think, oh, it's just today. It's a year. It's 18 months. It's 2 years. It's a build up, and yeah. So to see all that emotion, it's so cool to see them strong enough to just let it go.
How's his little son Koa with the big embrace? We saw Felipe let out a roar, his daughter Mahina. He always talks about them, and when he does, he gets choked up. He can't help it. Anytime you bring up his family in a post-seat interview, he just loses air. That's who he does this for. He puts in all those hard yards, those long days on airplanes, sometimes with no good movies to watch. And just missing your family, celebrating birthdays without him. And that's why he gets so emotional. When he wins, he just looks straight at them with tears in his eyes. And man, he's done it in back-to-back seasons.
Yeah, it's so cool. Like, how is it when you get on a plane, you fly away from your family, and you've got the 30,000 feet of emotions? Like, how am I going to get through this flight?
Oh, my God.
And, you know, he does this day in, day out, leaving the family at home. And, Yeah, so you know that's when you see emotions like this come out. It's all build up.
I've seen you watch cartoons at 30,000 feet with tears in your eyes.
Man, I cry at everything these days.
It's such an emotional day for pro surfing in so many ways. I think talking about scoring surf and having Mother Nature come to us, it's not always easy to score great waves around the world, no matter what the venue's called.
Yeah.
And to come here with a forecast like we had today, to finish off the way we did is certainly something to celebrate, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, thanks to Hurricane Hover, it was amazing. The swell turned up, you know, and that was indicative of the scores that we saw throughout the entire day. All the surfers delivered. There was no heats where there was really anyone off. Everyone produced, everyone performed. We saw some of the most progressive, high-performance surfing that we've ever seen by any surfer on the WSL. And, well, Lower Trestles produced, and so did our athletes, and what a day for WSL surfing. I'm stoked to be part of it.
Yeah, the surfers were so good today. You know, you had the canvases there, and for not, like, normally you have, like, one heat that's really sick, and then the next one might be a bit off. They just went bang, bang, bang on both sides of the draw. Everyone just threw everything at it, and it was so cool to see on finals day, with all the emotions, all the head noise that can go into it, everyone go out there and just put on their A game. It was so cool.
Interesting that both the final matchups only had to go to 2 as well. So it was kind of undisputed in terms of, you know, the way that the world titles were delivered.
Yeah, we've only had one go to 3 in the last couple of years. That was the Tati Riss in 2021. That's his brother, Mateus. Part of the chair. Wow, it's hard to see all those people underneath him.
It was interesting too, Joe, on the men's side. I was just thinking, outside of Ethan switching up, going from 3rd to 2nd, everyone held their position, but on the women's side, it was all jumbled up. There was a lot of, you know, leapfrogging all over the place, and we ended up seeing Caroline go up and take the win.
Yes. I personally like the system where you're surfing against the very best surfers in the world to decide a world title. I know there's people out there that don't like it, but, you know, for what we've seen today, you know, how informed everyone was just like, that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see in sport. That's why you watch grand finals. That's why you watch Super Bowls, because you want to see the best against the best on the biggest day.
We didn't always get that over the years, you know, just based on seeding. You know, the top seeds sometimes could avoid each other for an entire season, and now they're forced to deal with each other, and that pressure can be uncomfortable. And we saw that the first year with maybe some surfers underperforming because they never felt pressure like that. Your mate Parko said he's thankful he never had to surf in this format because of that pressure. That just was really clear. It comes to the screen. Every fan talks about how the day goes like in 2 seconds.
It's fast. It's fast. You know, the people that have never been here and competed in this, or even just been here, watch it. They come in from their heats and just went, wow, it just happened so fast. And it's like, yeah, exactly. So I sort of throw out to all the other athletes that are there waiting to come in and jump into this top 5. Get here, be a part of it, and see what happens, because one day you're going to be on this stage, and it happens so fast. You don't have time to think. You just got to act.
Special moment for the Toledo's Mateus there. Abrazo, big embrace. Ricardo behind him. As we'll now send it down to talk about the world title with AJ McCord.
That's right, Felipe Toledo taking the long route here on the chair, but the entire crowd rooting for him as he's coming up. Felipe, walk me through. You are the back-to-back WSL world champ. What did it take to get it done?
Oh, it's so hard to put into words, like what did it take for me to be here right now. So much sacrifice, a lot of sacrifice, to be honest. You know, 7 years ago, I had my first ski. I wasn't home to be there with my wife, to be there with Mahina on the first time, and I was there for Koa as well. So I knew in the long run this was going to pay off, and this is a dream. This is a dream come true. I don't think there's ever been a Brazilian that won back-to-back. So we love to make history. So I'm super thankful to God. that, you know, he blessed me all the way here through the year. It was not easy. It was never easy. It was never easy, but with God's strength and faith, I was able to pull it off and make it on the long run all the way through the year, and then ended up winning back-to-back. Couldn't do it without my team. I know it's a huge 77 team, but I love you guys, all my family, my wife, my kids, my mom, dad, my brothers, my sister. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. Thanks to Pinga, to Mike Regan. Yeah, you guys are so special, and yeah, it's the best time ever to hang out with my family right now, celebrate, have a few beers, and enjoy.
I want to talk about the heat specifically. How did all of the hours, all of the waves that you put in here at Lower Trestles pay off to win that second title heat?
Yeah, well, I mean, I noticed that the title's coming in. It was filling up, so I knew it was going to be a little slower. Hey, buddy.
Here comes his son.
I knew it was going to be a little slower. You know, I mean, I've been surfing here every day for the last 10 years, so I know how it works really good, and I knew it was going to take a little while, and then we were fighting for the inside spot at the first, I don't know, 20 minutes of the heat, and then I was just like, I'm going to get going, I'm going to get moving, because I knew he was only going to win if he had like the big waves, the sat waves, and I knew that was going to take too long. I was just like, I'll go with my strategy, it's going to work, always with a lot of confidence. So yeah, it worked it out. Let's go.
I would say it worked out para o Brasil. Você é bicampeão do mundo. Como você tornou esse momento possível?
Quer falar? Está feliz?
Ask me, are you happy?
Eu estou muito feliz, cara. Queria primeiramente agradecer a Deus, agradecer minha família, agradecer meu time 77. Muito obrigado. Sem vocês eu não conseguiria. E Papai do Céu é maravilhoso. Ele honrou com as tuas promessas. Foi muito difícil chegar até aqui hoje e estar positivo e estar confiante. Tive muitos pensamentos ruins, né, em questão de segurança e de se eu ia conseguir, né, ganhar de novo. E Deus me honrou. Então eu estou muito feliz e é isso. Papai do Céu é maravilhoso. Acredita. Tamo junto.
Parabéns and congratulations, Felipe Toledo, the 2023 Men's WSL World Champ.
Congratulations to Felipe Toledo, going in back-to-back seasons, officially the first Brazilian to do so, as he is on top of the world. Let's celebrate this moment for Toledo and prepare for the 8:05 post-show. We'll be bringing in Kaipo, Pete Mel, and Rosie Hodge to talk about a special day. Thanks to Mick and Richie Lovett. We'll see you on the 8:05 post-show.
The world champion in all his glory.
It is Felipe's day.
I'm just really enjoying it.
Woo! Fire flying off the rail right there.
Your 2023 Hurley Pro Champion, Felipe Toledo.
Special time to have my family here. You know, I did this for them.
The defending world champ, he's really got something to prove to the judges this year.
When I really need to go big, we're going to go big. Felipe Toledo. Let's go.
Are you kidding me? Kick the alley-oop. Bango!
Our El Salvador Pro champ, Felipe Toledo.
Just let out the lions roar. That was insane.
The champion of the Corona Open, Jay Bay, now for the third time of his career.
Felipe literally is going to be so difficult to beat this year.
He's gone back-to-back. Felipe Toledo is your 2023 World Surf League champion.
just getting things in order with the broadcast and everybody over there on the stage before we do the official award ceremony.
Well, they're still setting up over here, but don't you worry, it will happen. Coach Bell will introduce, award our runners-up and our junior world champions.
You will find it very hard to ever find Joe make a mistake. That guy is on point, and he is a plethora of knowledge. Generally, most of us, we have to have a lot of that literature in front of us as far as those stats. And that guy's got a Rolodex, and those cards pop up quickly. Naturally, they win.
It is the 8:05 post show for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. History being made on the cobblestones today. Let's enjoy this ride up. Florida represent.
Do you know what's so funny? This morning we were like, the crocodiles. We saw them make their way down this morning, down the pathway. Now we know, Florida.
Yes.
Crocodiles.
The Florida Gator.
There we go. It all makes sense.
Felipe Toledo. He's making his way up. Back-to-back world titles for the Brazilian and a first-time world champ on the women's side. What a day. Emotions overloading. And again, the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Surfing's biggest day of the year, and we had a huge day today. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Rosie Hodge, Peter Mel. Rosie, your thoughts on today? Let's just start with that.
Amazing. I think it lived up to all the hype and expectations. The surfing that we saw was just through the roof. I mean, such deserved champions on both the men's and the women's side. Cool to see a new face in the mix for the women's world title. Felipe Toledo, the guy's unstoppable. It was just unbelievable to see their form.
Yeah, Pete, what do you think?
Format, format, format. This format rules. I love it. I don't care what anyone else says. You can hype all I want. This is cool. To have a finals day and to crown world champions, we get to watch it unfold in a day's format. Unbelievable. I love it.
Pete, let's see how the day went as we look into our women's brackets for this finals day. And we're going to see the road for Caroline Marks and how she got there for her first world title. These are the title matches. So it was done easy. Rosie?
Yeah,
or Caroline Marks?
She dominated. I mean, honestly, from that first title matchup, flowing through with so much momentum, so much confidence, Pete. She was dropping excellent scores in the lead up to these final matchups, and she just carried that form all the way through.
And she had to do that against Carissa Moore. I mean, Carissa Moore, a formidable world champion, one who has known this format, been in this for 3 years now running in the way that we've been doing it. And she started early, got the momentum. She kept it even from her earlier matches, really, and flowed straight into this one. And then that's what this one thing is about, being able to carry flow into the title match. It's been really Achilles heel for Carissa.
Yeah, well, we might want to talk about this, and we'll talk about this more at this 8:05 post show with Caroline Marks. Taking a look at our men's, and it looked like it was easy for Felipe Toledo. I know it was difficult, but he makes it look easy, Rosie.
He does make it look easy, but I will say that first title matchup, some of the best exchanges that we've seen all year long. These guys going excellent and just bringing out their best serving.
I would say heat of the year, right? I mean, I don't know if you can actually throw that into the title match being the heat of the year, but I'd like to say that that was the most pressure-filled, heat for both of them, right? Both surfers, it's world title on the line. You have Ethan, who got there and had an opportunity. And you know what? They produced some of the best surfing we've seen ever here at Trestles.
Yeah, that's true. For the men's Heat 1 in their title match, both Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo going above 17 points for their 2 wave totals. So I agree with both of you on that. Was one of the highlights of the day, but Peter, that could have been the heat of the year.
Heat of the year, yeah, I would say. I mean, I don't know if they're point-wise how they determine what the heat of the year is. Usually it's by points, but man, just for the level of pressure that was there, to have them, both these surfers, perform at that high level, it was just excellent stuff. It's exactly what we want to see.
Well, Rosie, speaking of that matchup between Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo, let's take a look at it and see how it all went down, because it was sparks flying, fire, flamethrowers, whatever you want to call it. A lot of spray out in the water. Felipe Toledo coming at it.
It was, and everyone's sticking to their strengths. This is what we expected from Felipe, watching the warm-ups, the big turn combos that he was throwing down, as well as going to the air. But I would say both of these surfers pushed the edge of progression. They definitely just brought out, surfing that we haven't seen before.
And we got to see the waves come, too. I mean, this was action-packed. It started off really quick. There's lots of waves being ridden, unlike match number 2 in this finals match, where it was actually pretty slow. But, man, this was just, again, heat of the year, high impact. I almost lost my voice during this one.
I like the way, I think you said I let out some giggles. I think that was like, it's just that natural emotion and the natural enthusiasm when you're watching 2 of the best surfers. But Felipe, he's been touted as the favorite. He comes in as #1 seed. But to go back-to-back, to win 2 world titles in a row, that is a huge feat.
We always talked about the #1 seed being so important and having the fresh legs. And you know what? I think that's exactly what he had to formulate what today was going to be for himself, and he didn't get down here till, right before his heat. He, probably didn't pay too much attention, just had a normal day to go down and surf lowers in the afternoon, and he went out there and from the very first wave just showcased exactly what he was going to do. And he knew that was going to beat Ethan, because Ethan wasn't going to come here. He's going to do his same style of surfing, and what Felipe did was brought his style of surfing to lowers, and it was above the lip, and that was the difference.
Yeah, well, let's check some boxes for Felipe Toledo. First Brazilian to go back-to-back with world titles. 5 world titles in a row for Brazil, and a total of 7 world titles, Rosie. I mean, we talked about the storm, and it seems like that storm is brewing and stronger than ever.
It's such a dominant force, but it's great to see. I mean, Australia, Ethan giving it a nudge, having Griffin in the mix there. It's cool to see these nations also carry that support. They've learned from Brazil, I feel like, seeing the support that Griffin had at this event. It's so important to watch them kind of try and evolve and overcome this Brazilian dominance that we've seen.
And it's good for the sport, really. I mean, you think about it, all that enthusiasm coming from the, the camaraderie from the fans and from your own colleagues, your own support crew, it helps, lifts the game, lifts the performances, and, again, learning from Brazil, 7 world titles. Since they won their first world title in 2014 from the Adriano de Souza, that's been 7 since.
Gabe Medina, Adriano de Souza.
Yeah, Italo,
right? And then, no.
Yeah. And then Felipe twice. But
and
yes.
Gabe.
No, we have Gabe. We have
3.
Yeah.
3 for Gabe, right?
3 for Gabe.
Yes.
2
for Felipe. That's
2014.
5.
Yeah.
Adriano
and Italo.
Yeah.
We do the math, folks.
Let's talk about Caroline Marks.
All right.
And so one thing about Caroline Marks, look at this journey to a world title. She had to take down Katie Simmers, who was in blazing form, then Tyler Wright, and then goes back-to-back to have a world title.
And there was a little bit more on the line besides this world title, obviously, which she ended up winning, but the Olympic berth, right? The provisional qualification happened in that match number 2 against Caitlin Simmers. And so there's some added pressure there because that was a provisional qualification. If she gets that win, she gets to qualify. She did. Now she gets to go to Tahiti. But, man, this matchup was good to see. And this is where we saw Caroline go straight to rhythm.
She surfed with so much flow. Like I said, every heat that we saw her in, she went excellent. And then just like kind of carried that into the final against Carissa, because you're like, okay, Carissa, she's so dominant. She's got the 5 world titles. She's got that, that level up. But as Caroline went through the mix, meeting up against Tyler Wright too, that someone who has 2 world titles, getting the edge over her in such an amazing fashion, that must have given her such a boost of confidence.
Yeah,
to
that
move
was
into those matchups.
the goofy foot attack, really. I mean, she didn't even look at the left all day long. She knew where the scoring opportunities were. It was going to be on the backhand, and she just executed, picked the good waves, too. I mean, look at the size of her waves she was able to get, you know, and today wasn't an easy lowers. It's not normal lowers. I mean, she even said in an interview, she's like, yeah, I don't really surf hurricane surf here because this doesn't come in very often. It's usually not that great, but I'll tell you what, it was good today, and the fact that she was able to adjust and understand what the waves were going to give to an offer, and she just did it and did a good form.
Caroline only made one mistake today, and that was with 2.5 minutes remaining, where she took off on that one wave with priority and left Carissa out the back. And, you know, other than that, she's been flawless, faultless, and it made it exciting for us.
Busy day for Caroline Marks. She rode 18 waves today on her way to a world title. So the differentiation, I feel, that Caroline showed on the backhand, being able to go vertical, being able to have tighter turns, that differentiation played in Marks' favor and equals a world title.
Yeah, and again, wave choice. I think she was impeccable in where she was. You know, again, the one only fault, the little error of giving a chance to Carissa Moore at the very end there. But yeah, great stuff. And a world champion at 21.
We got world champs, guys. Let's make it official. For that, let's go to Joe Turpel for our awards celebration.
Thank you, Kaipo. Thanks, everybody, for coming down. You guys are incredible. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're a part of surfing history today. The third edition of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It was absolutely sensational. You guys fill the cobblestone rocks, get down here in the dark. You guys are absolutely incredible. You make this so sensational. What a year it's been. The road to get here, starting back at Pipeline, equal events for men and women, equal prize money from start to finish, and also surviving the mid-season cut back at Margaret River, to shrink down the tour, to focus on the world title race and finish things off in Tahiti. We saw some incredible surfing to work out the WSL Final Five. Give it a round of applause to all competitors today. I'm thinking some of the best surfing I've ever witnessed at Lower Trestles. With so much on the line for Olympic qualification and, of course, the world title race. The WSL would like to open this event by formally recognizing that Trestles is the modern name of the ancient Ahashiman village site known as the Panhe. The Ahashiman people have lived in the place we now call Orange County for over 10,000 years and are still here stewarding the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event, and we would like to pay our respects to elders, past, present, and emerging. That's right. I'd like to invite up a very special human being that we love to hang out with each and every year. Let's have a warm welcome for Adelia Sandoval, spiritual overseer of the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, Ahashiman Nation, to say a few words.
Miwayam! That means hello, friends. So I have my little notes this year. On behalf of the Tribal Council and the Ahashiman people, Miyuyam, that means welcome to this wonderful gathering to celebrate the champions. And I taught you last year how to say this. Aloh mahma rimi victum. Today is about relationship, our relationship with each other and with the ocean. And out of that relationship, we have created a beautiful community. On behalf of our tribal nation, we thank the Rip Curl WSL Finals staff and team, and the many sponsors who also have made this day possible. We honor our tribal relatives and friends, the Surfrider Foundation, San Free Parks Foundation, California State Parks, and Native Like Water, and WSL One Ocean for the care and conservation efforts to preserve and protect our coastline. Let's continue to work together to do whatever we can to make sure these waters and lands are protected for the generations to come. Thank you, surf fans. Let us celebrate the Aloch Machna Limi Victun, the surf dancers. Congratulations to the champions. All right, that's it.
Thank you so much, Adelia. Let's hear it for once again, and the Ahashiman Nation for welcoming us each and every year. I'd also like to thank the local community here in San Clemente. Thank you for sharing us your favorite wave on the planet, Lower Trestles. You guys are very kind. We'd also like to thank Congressman Mike Levin, San Clemente Mayor Chris Duncan, you're a legend, San Clemente City Council members as well, State Park Superintendent Scott Kibbe. We'd also like to thank our Southern California WSL One Ocean Coalition partners who have supported us at this event. California State Parks, Juaneño Band of Indians, Ahashiman Nation, Native Like Water, San Onofre Parks Foundation, and Surfrider Foundation as well. Thank you so much. I'd also like to thank our title partner, of course, for this historic competition, Rip Curl. Their partnership across the board in professional surfing, leading all the way here to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, just shows their commitment to progressing surfing, which has happened ever since the brand started. Thank you, Rip Curl, so much. Thank you to our event partners, Shiseido, Yeti, Red Bull, Surfline, True Surf, Pura Vida, 805 Beer, Pacifico, Sambazon, Original Sprout, Turtle Bay, Boxwater, Tudor, Candy Crush Soda, and Cup Noodles. You guys have been incredible. Thank you. This year, there was a special announcement at the start of the season. They announced that the WSL World Title Trophy will now be named the Duke Kahanamoku World Championships Trophy. How cool is that? Duke, not only a legendary surfer, an Olympian, an ambassador of the sport of surfing, brought surfing to so many different countries around the world. So from now on, we'll call this the Duke for short. How special is that? Big thanks to Tudor Watch. All of our world champions will receive a personalized special edition watch courtesy of our event partner Tudor. To help us up here with the trophy celebration, I've got some great people. Co-interim CEOs of the WSL. We've got Bob Kane, Emily Hofer. Thank you so much. One of my favorite surfers in the world, CEO of Rip Curl, Brooke Ferris. Thanks for all of you do and being an incredible person. Our chief of sport, talented Goofy Foot, doing so much for pro surfing. Let's hear it for Jesse Miley-Dyer. You guys ready? Time to get really loud. This is what it's all about. Let's celebrate your world champions, Caroline Marks and Felipe Toledo. I'm gonna keep you both up here with me. Yeah, put them up again, put them up again. Felipe, irmão, parabéns. What a year you've had. I mean, going back to 10 years, the human that you are, the dedication, the sacrifice, but to see you do this in back-to-back years, we're back on the podium just like we were last year, is so incredibly special. But the loudest roar came out when you saw your kids. That's a tradition.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much, everyone that's down here. Thanks for the support. I appreciate all the love and the cheering. I know, you know, like 90% of the beach was pulling for Griff, but at least this one's gonna stay in San Clemente, so let's go.
What's that energy like? Being a resident of San Clemente for many years now and seeing all these people coming down to support you, that's gotta feel great.
Oh, it feels amazing. It feels amazing. I had that that level of confidence that, you know, in my mind I was unbeatable. I was just like, I'm gonna go out there and do what I have to do. And, you know, God gave me the power, gave me the peace, and let's go. And I was able to pull it off back-to-back world titles. And yeah, couldn't do it without the team. 77 right there. Let's go. There's some other teams right there too. I love you guys. Thank you so much. E aí, Brasil, essa é nossa!
A lot of fans back in Ubatuba as well that would love to hear from you in Portuguese, Felipe. A special moment right now.
Sim, exatamente. Queria muito. I'll let them go.
Enjoy the moment. Parabéns, tamo junto.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Felipe Toledo has done it again. Caroline, what does it feel like?
It's really heavy, so it's heavier than I thought. It feels great, feels great.
There's a lot of people that were screaming for you over there in the back. A lot of people came over from Florida.
Special thank you to my crew. This is like, if I wrote in a notebook when I was a little girl about how I'd want to win the title, this is exactly how it went down. So just is like so surreal. And yeah, Florida, be safe tonight.
It's been really fun catching up with you this season. Really special. Taking a break last year, but then all just gearing up for 2023 and seeing where you're standing now with all the sacrifices. Is it all coming together? Is it starting to hit your mind of what you've been through?
Oh, wow. I mean, I don't know if it's quite hit me yet. I was like super emotional in the water. I just been like emotional all year. It's been weird. I don't know, but last year was like a really low point for me. And then this year is like the best year of my life. So it's pretty crazy. And I'm so grateful. I'm so thankful. And yeah, I mean, what makes it special is sharing with people you love. And I just have such an epic crew. I'm so stoked.
I know that you always looked up to Carissa Moore. All your little kid interviews, you couldn't finish an interview without mentioning her name. To win your first world title with her in the water, what does that mean to you?
Oh, it's special. I mean, she's the one I wanted to beat in the final, and it happened. It's crazy. And yeah, I have a lot of respect for her, and she's the champ. So it was just like super special to beat her. And yeah, she pushed me in a lot of the water, so that was just like really awesome.
Plans tonight?
Big party.
Hey, enjoy every second.
Hey, you guys, take that. Hey, you guys, Caroline just said that she had the worst, not the worst, but the low point in her life last year. Best year of her life this year. Take that as an example. Life's not easy, stay strong, and you guys can do it. Faith in God, the man up there is gonna take care of you guys. God bless.
Let's go. Let's continue the celebrations. We've got your Tudor watches over here, the Champions Trophy. Thank you all for joining us for a historical day in pro surfing, and we'll continue the celebration on the 805 post show. We'll send it to you, Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Congratulations, Felipe Toledo, first Brazilian to go back-to-back. First a world champ to go back-to-back since 2016, 2017 with John Florence. Caroline Marks, Rosie, she set some records too. She's the first name that we've seen on the women's championship trophy. We're going to call it the Duke Trophy now. Since 2006, it hasn't been Gilmore, Wright, or Moore.
I know, so dominant. And I mean, Caroline, she got close in 2019. She finished runner-up to the world title. And just to see her lift that trophy and to hear from her being vulnerable, saying that she had her worst year last year, and to see her lift that trophy, I get like teary-eyed because I know how much hard work and sacrifice goes into putting into such a stellar season. So congratulations to her.
Yeah, congratulations to her. And Felipe Toledo, your thoughts on that? And his surfing. And we anticipated it, Pete, but it happened. You know, what everyone was talking about, what everyone was expecting, Felipe Toledo went and did it again.
And I think the vibe all day long was really the performances of every one of the 10 athletes that came out here and performed today. They all did it in fine form. I mean, Carissa Moore, unfortunately, wasn't able to get a 6th world title. I will say that was a tough one, tough pill to swallow, I'm sure, for her. But her performance was there, too. You know, it just was a little bit better by Caroline Marks. And that was something that, you know, that's that momentum building kind of thing. That's what happens in events. So, man, it's so fun to watch, I must say. I can't wait to do it again next year.
Well, speaking of performance, let's look at our Cup Noodle Wave of the Day, talking about performance. On that Wave of the Day, brought to us by Nissan Cup Noodle. This is a 9-point ride, Rosie, for Felipe Toledo.
Just love the searing action that he brought to us. It was this combination of maneuvers going to the air. This is the second wave of Felipe, so he really needed this wave. Him and Ethan were going back to back, but then for him to pull this out, really just upped the ante and turned the screws on Ethan, Pete.
Yeah, really cool stuff. I mean, again, we wanted to see that type of surfing happen, and Felipe brought it to us for that final match.
Yeah, it was like, you know, we keep on gushing about it. It was a great day. We not only established world titles today, which was the biggest thing, but some provisional Olympic qualification as we look forward to 2024 and the Paris Olympics. We had the women come through. Caroline Marks, by beating Katie Simmers, got that 2nd spot for the women, along with Carissa Moore. We already got Team Australia set with Tyler Wright, Molly Picklum, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Joanne DeFay, Brisa Hennessy, Teresa Bonvilla. We'll see all of them over in Tahiti for that anticipated Paris Olympics in 2024, Rosie.
Yeah, it's going to be unbelievable. Excited. It's going to be in Tahiti. I hope the waves are pumping. There's so much to look forward to next year as we head into, you know, round out qualification season and see who's going to win Olympic gold.
Yeah, and Peter, as you alluded to earlier in this post-show, USA Surfing had an extra spot because of their victory over at the ISA event. That extra spot is going to Katie Simmers. And let's hear from Katie Simmers. AJ caught up with her earlier.
Katie, I know it's been a big day here at Lower Trestles for you, but I have some news for you. We're awaiting official NOC nomination, but through the additional allocation from the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games, I'm so excited to share with you, you have provisionally qualified for the 2024 Olympics and will be representing your country. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. I've been watching the Olympics for kind of my whole life, but it's kind of like a weird thing because I feel like in all the other sports, people want to be in the Olympics and since they're like a little kid, but it wasn't really available in surfing, so I never really thought about it. But like it's so prestigious and it would be so amazing to be in it. So yeah, I'm really happy.
You talk about how new it is to the Olympics. You're going to be in just the 2nd group to be Olympic surfers, and when 2024 is done, you'll be able to say you are an Olympian. How does that sink in?
Yeah, it would be really sick. It's kind of just like a big thing I've been watching. I always watch like the figure skating, and it's so like graceful, and I don't know. And the Tanya Harding movie is like my favorite movie ever made. So yeah, I'm pumped to be in the Olympics. I'm excited for it, and it's in Tahiti, so that wave is really fun. And
I want to talk about that wave. How excited are you to get a shot at that again?
Yeah, I think I've kind of like gotten more experience there, and it's a really fun wave to learn about. So I'm excited to learn more and like represent the USA there. It would be pretty amazing. Yeah.
Congratulations, Katie. We're so proud of you. See you then.
Thank you, guys.
25 seconds.
Katie Simmers, just stay you.
Yeah.
we absolutely adore you. And I'm speaking for myself, but your thoughts?
No, I hang on her every word. I'm just like so interested because it's so pure. And the Tanya Harding thing, that was great. But
gold. And she could be gold, right?
Yeah, no.
And that's the thing. She did finish runner-up at Tahiti. So, I mean, hey, she can perform there. So she definitely has a viable chance.
Yeah, I mean, she charges,
yeah.
Right? And that's been established this year in the warm-up sessions. Peter, you saw her just pushing. She left she's got cut up. She got rolled over the reef. She came back for more. She had the highest score for the women in
Yeah,
Tahiti.
yeah, no, it was the best wave for sure. And so I would say that she's got a great chance going into this Olympics. And yeah, I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, me too. Well, WSL One Ocean, again, we had a year long of activations at every event stop. It didn't change here. We had a great activation here at Lower Trestles. Let's take a look at the great work that WSL One Ocean did here at Lowers.
We're at a really special place right here at Trestles, which is the confluence of the San Mateo watershed. Where the ocean and land meet is really a magical place.
We're removing some invasive species to help let the native plants grow and flourish.
By helping treat, control those plants, we can allow the native biodiversity to really thrive.
The water that flows down here is clean. It's one of the few places you can surf after a rain. And the sand and cobble that comes down this natural watershed is ultimately what makes the incredible waves at Lowers and at Uppers and in this whole stretch.
Our biggest issue is dealing with the continuing effects of climate change, sea level rise, coastal erosion.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of our sport. Today, we are joining forces with partners in San Clemente to preserve this incredible surf ecosystem.
This is historical lands of the Hahachimen. They've been here for thousands, if not 10,000 years, and they're here too because of this special ecosystem.
There was people way before any of us that's still here and they're still thriving. And so just being respectful of this space, I think is the easiest, best way to start.
When you're coming out to Lowers and before you paddle out, look back and you know that this area represented 10,000 plus years of people and that we're still active today.
We call ourselves ocean people when we talk about who we are as a Hachiman people, and our ancestors revered the ocean. If you love the ocean, you're going to take care of it. And to us, that's really important because it's a vital part of who we are as human beings. And if you are a surfer, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about.
The little goes a long way in just protecting our oceans, because as surfers, the ocean is our playground and we want to keep it as clean as we possibly can.
Every coastal area is always sort of under threat from something, so it requires us, the people who love these places and the communities, to come together and protect them.
It's great to see like that joint effort. It's cool that WSL is in the front of that.
As surfers, the ocean is our playground and our stadium. Show us what you're doing to protect our One Ocean on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL1Ocean in your posts.
Restoring these habitats, protecting our coast, none of those things can be done alone. We need to do them together. And by bringing all these different groups, the tribal groups, the environmental groups, the surfing community together, everybody has sort of a different perspective and brings something to the conversation. And if we can work together collectively, there's nothing that we can't do.
just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
The most exciting part for Connor is that there's some unknown coming. He can do what he wants and enjoy doing what he wants.
Nate is very aware of other people, very interactive, very considerate.
Welcome back to the 8:05 post show here at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It was a big day here. We had a great time. Crowned a couple of world champs. Felipe Toledo going back-to-back. Caroline Marks taking the champs for the women at her first world title. Rosie, you may think that this is the end of the action at the World Surf League, but it's no, right?
There's more.
There's more.
Challenger Series?
We got the Challenger Series. We got longboarding. We got the start of the big wave season starting up. Let's take a look at the upcoming WSL events, Pete.
Big events with the Challenger Series, obviously the EDP Vizsla Isera Pro and then the Corona Saquarema Pro. Then we'll be seeing 10 more surfers added to our championship tour for the men, 5 new women added to the championship tour. That's big news. Of course, big wave, always got to love that, right? The Nazare Toe Surfing Challenge and the Peahi Championship. Those are big events for me. Then you've got longboarding.
Let's not forget about the longboard. It's going to be the next event on the calendar. It's the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. At that point, we're going to qualify our top 8 men, our top 8 women. They're going to battle it out at Surfrider Beach, First Point, Malibu, October 3rd through the 13th for that Original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships, Rosie.
And similar style event to what we saw at the Rip Curl WSL Finals with the seeding and everything. The longboarding has been amazing to watch. They just wrapped up their event at Bells Beach, and it was so awesome to see those guys doing what they do.
And let's not forget the regional events. Got to throw, they're not on the screen there though, but we have a lot of regional qualifiers, which of course qualify you for the Challenger Series. You can also watch those.
Yeah, so you always can stay tuned to worldsurfleague.com. It's the good time right now, man. It's time that we get on with.
Before we get there, I wanted to say thank you to all your work at One Ocean. You know what? You've been putting in your time at every single event, wrangling all the surfers together and putting your face out there. So thank you for saving the ocean. That's a good job.
Oh, you're making.
I wanted to. Oh, yeah.
You're making me blush, Pete.
I know. You get a little teary-eyed, but hey, no, really, truly, Kaipo. It's a lot of work. So good job.
Thank you, Peter. All right. Well, you know what? Let's have some fun with the top 5 moments of today, Rosie, and we got some moments to talk about. Starting with João Chianca and his comeback up against Jack Robinson this morning.
He was so good this morning. He looked like he was just kind of exuding that fun confidence. He said he'd been here a couple of weeks trying out boards, surfing the break. He was loving the crowd support and just really thriving in the situation, Pete.
He was, it absolutely was. And even the heat up against, gosh, who did he go against? It's just, no, but he won, beat Jack. But against Ethan, that heat too was top notch. So good stuff there.
Number 4, Katie Simmers this morning upsets Molly Picklum with a big 2-wave total, 8.17, 7-point ride. Love the surfing of Katie Simmers.
Yeah, she was so great to watch. Katie was really fun way to open up the day. The heat against Molly was super fun. Came up against a brick wall in Caroline Marks, who was the eventual world champion. So yeah, just great to see Molly, and 17 years old. There's so much we got to see from this woman. She's going to go to the Olympics. I mean, the sky's the limit for her.
I agree. I'm so impressed by the style, the technique, and the lines brought down by Katie Simmers. Number 3, a week ago, we didn't know if he was even going to be able to surf, even be able to show up for Lower. Show up he did. Ethan Ewing, number 3, and a run all the way to the finals, Pete.
Yeah, all the way to the championship match, and again, just Superman, superhuman strength to be able to do what he's been able to do to get here and surf at this level was truly incredible and an honor to watch, really. I mean, and I think any surfer watching, his technique is the best. It is surely everything he does is just right on spot. He just lacked a little bit of extra punch in that final match.
I think sometimes we pigeonhole progression as aerials, but when I'm watching what Ethan's doing, it's pushing our sport. It's leveling up everybody's game. And yeah, ask McFadden if he's feeling any pain or discomfort, and he said he hasn't told anyone that he has. He's kept it tight-lipped. He's just doing his thing. I wonder how he's going to feel tomorrow, though.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, yeah, I'm sure there has to be a little bit of pain, but he certainly didn't show it. But that just means, hey, superhuman.
Number 2, we got a new women's world champ, Rosie. Caroline Marks got it done on the backhand with some great surfing, and she is forever going to be on that list of world champions.
So well deserved. I think it's been, you know, this has been coming Caroline's way. A world title is what was kind of written in her destiny, but to see someone actually achieve that, because how many of, you know, the best surfers have missed out on their world title, missed their window of opportunity to actually claim that world title. Caroline, I feel like she's going to go on a hot run now that she's won one.
And to have the format set up the way it is, to see the number 3 seed come all the way and actually take out the championship there, I surely thought that it was going to be Chris Amore to get that 6th world title. I just, you know, it was just felt that was going to be the case, but she proved us wrong, and she did it in fine form.
Number 1, talking about world title, Felipe Toledo. He collects them, hits his 2nd world title, Pete, and well-deserved with surfing like this.
Yeah, and again, he brought this, we hadn't seen an aerial all day long. We saw a couple attempts, but literally when he hit the water, 2nd wave, he went out there and punted a huge, big frontside air, and that's what we wanted to see from him. That's what we knew we could expect from him, and he delivered. And of course, with that, a world title, back-to-back.
77 ends up on top. It's kind of sad to say, guys.
We're done?
Thank you, Peter.
We're done.
Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you out there, folks. If you stuck with us all the way till now, thank you, because that was an awesome day.
It has been a wonderful season for the Championship Tour. The action continues at World Surf League, September 19th, the El Salvador Longboard Classic. That's next up on the calendar. With that, we'll leave you with end-of-day highlights and aloha.
Aloha.
You.
What a special day for pro surfing.
The vibe is real. You come down here in the dark, everyone toting everything they need to have for the day's festivities, and I am so excited.
Good morning.
10 surfers are here today, and 2 are going to be world champions.
How would you go to sleep the night before a day like this, Pete?
You try.
Great rhythm on this wave for Molly Picklum.
Katie Simmers is starting to light this one up. There's her down carve. Foley section hammers it. Caitlin Simmers will get the matchup with Caroline Marks. Sets it up with some speed, blasting the fin free and controlling it beautifully.
Here we go, heat leader Caroline Marks, sharp again. Great rookie year for Caitlin Simmers. Congratulations, great sportsmanship for Caroline Marks.
North Stradbroke Island, Australia's own Ethan Ewing.
Ethan here, wave number 3. That's the power part, Pete. Check this out.
Oh,
and that's the flow there of Ethan Ewing.
All right, let's go, surf fans. It's time for women's match number 3.
We now have the title match. Carissa Moore will take on Caroline Marks.
Ladies and gentlemen, San Clemente's own Griffin Colapinto!
Ethan Ewing has just done the impossible, and he still has a chance to win a world title today.
Surf fans, it's the moment you've been waiting for. The time has come. It all comes down to this.
Here we go with Marksy on the first wave. Look at that carve on the backhand. Off the bottom, off the top again. This is a good looking start for the goofy foot. Big slash there for Moore. Showing some power. Match number 1, Caroline Marks. Carissa Moore, mentally, she needs to keep this light because the battle's not over right now. comes around this corner. Layback, power, hack. Razor sharp on the first car. Don't pump off the bottom, throws it out there, stomps it into the flats. He's gonna take the lead.
It's official. Caroline Marks is your 2023 World Champion. He's gone back to back. Felipe Toledo is your 2023 World Surf League Champion. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.